Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the RDPT Jeju 2024 live coverage. Today, we've got a special one for you. We're bringing you the Red Dragon Championship Day 1B. This is the second flight into the main event. 2.2 million Korean won got these players a starting stack of 50k and a seat at one of these tables. I hope you guys are ready for some tip-top poker action, because that's what we've been seeing here all series long. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you my fellow commentator, Mr. Akshay Kapoor, joining myself, Richard Cooper, in the booth all day long. Sit back, relax, and let's get ready, Mr. Akshay.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a very first hand where we see Mr. Zhao hitting a set of threes and Mr. Chen with a gut shot with his ace jack of diamonds. He does have some backdoors. Well, looking really forward for today's coverage, Richard, here. As we
Absolutely.
as we see. Yeah, sorry, sorry. Keep going, sorry.
No, no problem. Absolutely. As yesterday, if anything, was an indication of what we will find today, it will be electric. We did see fast playing. We did see 3 betting, 4 betting, 5 betting. And when that sort of action goes down, it always keeps us at the edge of our seats. And yeah, like Akshay was saying, straight into a action hand here. These two players, both no strangers to the feature table. Mr. Tuan Chen joined us a couple of days ago, and that stylish fellow with those glasses, Yibo Zhou, betting out on the river now with the pocket threes. He was one of the superstars last series round, so keep your eyes on him, folks.
Very nicely described by Richard there. I believe we had about 120, 130 people make it to day two from yesterday's coverage. As we already see, the field size of 204 players. What do you think, Richard? Are we going to break yesterday's record of 322 people?
Well, seeing as I lost the bet yesterday, Akshay, and you ended up winning, I think you should be the one to answer that question.
Oh, putting me in a spot, huh? I believe we are going to have. This is a tough one. Just to start off, I would probably say under 300 today. I really hope I am wrong here and we do get more than 300 entries. But we did saw that 120 people did make day two yesterday. So they won't be firing in today unless they want a bigger stack, which can happen really. So my guess for today probably would be under 300, but I will give you my final guess as we reach closer to our late registration, which is still open.
Well, Akshay, you make a very, very good point there. If a bunch of people qualify in the first flight, you're guaranteed less runners for the second because those players have already made it. So maybe to spice things up in future, we should suggest that the first flight and the second flight, only 1% of the field make it through, and then that percentage increases up until the last flight, and that way we get maximum runners.
Well, normally it's the first flight and the last flight that gets normally the maximum number of players as people try to make it to day two. And the advantage of making it to day two, from your flight one is that you can play all the side events or enjoy a 2 day break before you have to appear for the day two of the championship event.
Absolutely. Lots of entertainment here for everybody at Jeju Shinwa World. Bring the family. Everybody can be entertained. The kids have got a wonderful theme park. The wives have got beautiful restaurants and shopping. And then the gents, or the wives, depending on who wears the pants in the relationship, can come down to the Landing Casino in the Marriott, and they can come and reg for one of these exciting events here that the RDPT and KPC are hosting.
Definitely an interesting open by Mr. Sebastian with 6-3 off on the button. One thing we know that people are very, very aggressive here and really protective about their button. So I do expect a lot of 3 betting or 4 betting from the button today. As we just saw Sebastian opening up with a hand like 6-3 off. An interesting open, maybe, if the big blinds are tight, you want to open 100% of your range. It all depends on your opponents, really, here. I mean, we do know that a lot of people do not follow any GGO charts. Rather, they construct their own ranges as per the exploits and the experience they have playing live poker here in Jeju. Richard, did you manage to see any videos about articulation last night?
No, I must admit I wasn't. I've been stuck on a particular YouTube channel now for a long time, and I can't seem to get off of it. It's the GG Super Millions, and I love those final tables.
I believe Michael Adamo made the final table last night and was
Yeah,
making
exactly.
everyone's life a bit difficult on the final table.
He really is a formidable foe. I just watched the Ben CB one last night, which was brilliant. I'm sure you've seen it too.
I Yeah, probably I would have at some point. I've been watching more of the Triton content rather than more of the GG content. To be honest with
Right.
you, because I'm planning to play some live events coming in few months. So I want to prepare for that rather than online. Although there isn't much difference between online and live, but I still prefer like when I watch Triton, for me, it kind of does both the work, like help me out with my commentary as well as help me out with my game, and which is what we expect to do for you guys here at Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Absolutely. It's exactly what it is. I just don't know of any recent Triton coverage. Are they streaming anything that's live?
No, no, no. I'm watching all Triton coverage.
Reruns, yeah, my favorites.
Yeah, yeah. And as I was mentioning, we've been streaming for like let's say 7 to 8 hours every day, and then after that I take like an hour break, and then probably watch some more poker for next like maybe 2 or 3 hours, just to be on top of my game and prepare myself as we see Pocket Kings reappear on this feature table. Well, I believe today is going to be a day of Pocket Kings, Richard, not Pocket Aces.
You could very well be right there, my friend. Pocket Kings making an early return here to the feature table. As we've mentioned before, they've been a regular occurrence here. They're almost as common as seven deuce.
Let me post the stream link on all my socials, and I shall be back within 2 minutes, I believe.
Ooh, interesting. Mr. Sebastian Tan. Haven't seen him around in a while. Regular at this poker scene all across Asia. Well, Mr. Yibbo will raise us up. Ladies, for him, always a welcome sight. Another familiar face, Mr. Luo, gracing us with his presence. Ace, King 10, rainbow board, c-bet, good enough to take it down. And as we were saying, this is the second flight into the RDPT Championship event. This is day 1B. We have 1C and 1D coming at you tomorrow. So those will be your last chance to get into the day 2 chance for that juicy prize pool, and of course the trophy and winner's jacket, which I can tell you, when winning one of those jackets and wearing it, you are guaranteed about 90% better run good at the poker table. So everybody wants to get one of those jackets, I'm sure. Tan will raise this one up with the King Queen O, early position, and he's going to find some resistance here. Does find a flatter through Liu with the King Jack suited, but Mr. Yibo Zo looking down at the fish hooks, and he will increase the price of poker here. As we mentioned, ladies and gents, starting stack here 50k. Pay attention to those stacks now and see who's been working and who's been joking off. And wow, outside table, we see some familiar faces there. They should make an appearance at the feature at some point today.
As we do change our feature table on every break so that it is fair for all the players who are playing this tournament, and it is just not one table with some famous players showcasing their talent. We believe in equality here, as we see Ace King, which is not fair to have it on the button. Mr. Lou is going to be opening up the action with the church. Big slick. We do see an all-in quite early in the day with King 10 off. And a snap call by Ace King. Nothing to be surprised there. But that is a surprising flop for Ace King as we see King 10 take the lead. It is domination rotation. Turns a 3. Sulu looking for that ace. Well, he has to wait a bit longer than that as we see Mr. Fang Yao double up with King 10 off. And these are the snippets from the outer tables. This feels like a very famous poker player to me, Richard. I don't know who she is, but looks like a very famous celebrity or a player. I'm not sure. Do you know that person?
Yeah, beautiful
that was
face. No idea, but let's see if she does make her way to the feature table in the future. Could be quite nice seeing her here and seeing what her skills are like.
And I really hope today that, Richard, we touch 400 subscribers. We are up to 381. Do tell your friends to join us on the live commentary and like our stream and subscribe to our channel so that we can grow the game all over the world. Tell the world how beautiful this game is. As we see Mr. Lu open up the action with King 7 of clubs. Sebastian sitting there with pocket 4s in the small blind. playing more than 60 big blinds, he likes to just flat call. These are the sneaky pockets that you want to call and hope to flop a set so that you can win a bigger pot versus your opponent, especially when they have, a very premium hand. Richard, do you know the percentage of, that you're going to flop a set in poker? It is 1 in 9 times,
No,
actually.
1 in 9 times.
Yeah. 1 in 9 times. And I believe it is close to 11% if I recall correctly. As we see King 10 deuce. Did we see a squeeze from the big blind here with jacket of clubs? I believe we did because the pot is already 11,000.
Looks like it, yeah.
Pretty good flop for jack 8 of clubs, flopping a flush draw. And pocket fours are going to be finding a really difficult here to continue with his under pair. And very interesting squeeze from the big blind. I really like it, especially during the early stages of the tournament because people really don't want to get involved unless they have a premium hand. This hand actually plays well post flop too. There we go. This is our poker room here, right here in Jeju, South Korea. Would you like to say anything about this room, Richard?
It's very, very beautiful, I must say. RDPT absolutely putting on an immaculate event here, keeping everybody feeling like they're living in the lap of luxury. And that's what we like to do, is make our players feel at home. You can see some of these players look like they're sitting in their living room. They're that comfortable.
As we see a raise and a takedown by King Jack of diamonds. Moving on to the next hand, and this is the chip count. We have a lot of bigger stacks here on the feature table, 4 of them having more than 100 big blinds. We can expect some really deep structure poker today as the blinds are 40 minutes, I believe. We're playing 40-minute levels for the day one for our first 3 flights, and for our last flight, which is a turbo flight, we have blind levels for 30 minutes. And as we go on to day two, we are going to be playing 60-minute blind levels. I have a even more interesting fact for you, Richard, which is what I learned a few days ago and really surprised me. It is related about poker, obviously. Um, what
Right.
are the chances that you are gonna flop a flush on the flop?
Oh, well, this one I know because it's very, very low. It's less than 1%. I know that. Like 0
I think
point
it is one.
something.
Is it 0 point something or is it 1%?
I think it's 0 point something. I can't remember the exact number, but I remember learning this very early on when I used to chase flush draws.
0.8%. Let me 1 second. Double check it.
That's it.
Yeah, 0.8%.
That's it.
It's 118 to 1, making a flush on the flop.
Not looking so good for us. We used to chase flops, and that was the biggest mistake. Is people get attached to those and then start gambling and just calling, chasing draws. And when you actually look at the percentages, the math tells you to stop.
Yao Fang opening up the action with ace ten of clubs. Talk about suited cards. Talk about flopping a flush. He is definitely hoping to flop a flush if he gets called here by any of the players. As we see another suited ace on the button. This hand definitely mixes some three bets, but Yao Fang is opening up with a smaller stack indeed, and maybe that is the reason we see ace seven not called there. Still playing 30 big blinds, so a bit on a bit tighter on that side, folding a7 of hearts. I mean, but it's all right, like it's not like massive mistake or something like that. Tight is right, as they say it all over the world.
I mean, I'm definitely calling the A7, at this stage of the tournament.
I mean, if you're not three betting, definitely calling there at least 30 big blinds. Like I mean, if you was opening, under 15 big blinds, you can probably fold a7 there. But I mean, 30 big blinds, I think
Yeah,
it's good enough that he's going to be opening a bit wider than what he's supposed to. So a7 can really continue there by calling or three betting. I feel that hand would be mixing at some frequency for sure. As we see Jack 10 being
definitely.
open from cutoff position. This is a day 6 coverage of the Red Dragon Poker Tour series. And this is flight 1B for the championship event. The buy-in of this tournament is just shy of $1,100. As we see +2 opening up with King Queen off. And now Mr. Liu decides to call with Ace 8 of diamonds. A bit surprising he did fold ace7 of hearts on the button, but now he does call with ace8 of diamonds from hijack, relatively earlier position than the button. And I think it has to do with the stack depth that Mr. Lee has, as he's playing more than 80 big blinds. Actually playing more than 100 big blinds. Sorry, I'm bad there. It's not every day that you see four players playing more than 100 big blinds, especially at this level. We're gonna go multi-way to a flop of 776 to diamonds. Diamonds working for Mr. Liu with ace 8 of diamonds in his holding. And we do have a straight draw for Mr. Liu, while King Queen misses on this flop totally. So it's between a straight draw and a flush draw. Ace 8 of diamonds still ahead, looking for that diamond to solidify.
Yeah, I imagine we hear from
Really?
Lou now.
Well, he
That's
can go
exactly
two
what
ways here. He can
happens.
go.
Sorry about that. Please carry on.
I mean, a bit surprising to see 8-5 fold there. Actually, like 8-5 could have raised on the turn or on the flop, or maybe led on the turn. He had all the options with me, all the options with him, with his straight draw, and he was right in the blinds to represent that 7 if needed be. Nines for Zhang, opening up from hijack. Let's see if he gets
Yeah,
any
first hand
action
for
from the
Zhang.
numbers.
Nice holding for him, and quite card dead so far. Mr. Fang will just defend the suited queen. Ace Jack 3 Rainbow. Zhang still ahead. Fang does, I guess, have some backdoors. Nobody really talking at this feature. We do have the microphones hooked up, so we will hear any action. Yesterday, the table sounds coming through nice and clearly for us, and again today, always helps for us to stay up to date and in tune with what's happening on the rest of the poker floor. The wonderful Mr. Chris, the leader, keeping us finally in tune with all of the happenings. So thank you very much to him, as well as our fabulous hosts, I believe Mr. Stanley and Nike. So thank you very much to you two as well for putting on an absolute masterclass in those promo videos. Love to be part of this team. Chen, 11 live from the cutoff, 3-betting, big slick, ace king suited. Now Mr. Zhang with the 10-8 suited. Very nice hand indeed, but not nice when you're facing a 3-bet. Muck your cards, sir. Let's move on.
Well, I don't think he's going anywhere, Richard, with 10-8 of diamonds. Even facing a 3-bet. He doesn't seem like a player who wants to, fold his way out of the 3-bets as he loads up a 4-bet.
I mean, the only way you make a flush is by calling or 4-betting, so...
Well, I don't see if he is going to see a flop here, as Mr. Ace King is probably gonna 5-bet here. But they are playing super, super deep here, more than 100 big blinds. But we are gonna see Mr. Chen move all in, 5-bet all in with Ace King of clubs. And now we are gonna see 10-8 fold. If you thought that the 3-bets here in Jeju will make people fold a hand as beautiful as 10-8 suited, well, you were wrong, guys. We need 5-bets to make them fold here. We hate folding. You want to see a flop, we want to fight. This is all about street poker. It is really about who's got the bigger bone. As we see a dealer change. And I can promise you, he will be faster one. He'll be faster compared to the one that we just exchanged. These guys go on a break for, maybe 10, 15 minutes, drink something, and they just shoot deal super fast. Richard, have you been a poker dealer ever before?
No, never.
Home games in Thailand? Never?
Never.
So who used to deal when you used to have like home games when you were living with like two other legends?
Grant? He's definitely the
Fair
best
enough.
dealer out of everybody I know, just because he knows the rules so well.
Mr. Fees is going to defend 10-3 of spades and flop second pair on the flop. Turn card is an interesting one. It does give a straight draw to Mr. 10 and a flush draw with his 9 of hearts. But we're going to see a bet and a call. And it is 2 pair for Mr. Lee with his 10-3 of spades. As we see pocket 9s check the river. And we are going to see an overbet on this river card. The pot was 2,500 and we see 3,000 being bet on this river. Well, pocket 9s are only beating a bluff and a bluff only. He does have the right blockers if he decides to raise, as he showcases some lovely tattoos on his sleeve. And we're going to see him make the call and not going to be happy seeing 2 pair from the big blind as he loses a significant part of his stack. Still playing very, very deep. Well, we do have a field that is increasing as we talk. And now we've reached to 256. Yesterday, we finished the day with 322 or 23 entries, out of which 120 people make it to day 2. And they can really enjoy a few days off or play side events. As we bring you the day 2 coverage from the RDPT Red Dragon Poker Tour happening in Jeju, South Korea. And you are watching the Red Dragon Championship, Day 1B. The blinds are 300, 500. The 500 big blind ante. Well, moving on to the next hand. That's our lovely patch right there on that t-shirt / jersey. It does bring you some good luck charm. As we see Mr. Lee open up the action. Well, maybe he doesn't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He did decide to fold 8 for off. A little bit of graphical error there. Mr. Liu limping with 10-8 off from the small blind as Zhang sees ace-7. Playing more than 100 big blinds, these two players. And you really want to have a very wide ISO range when you're playing so deep. And ace is one of the best cards that you would want if you're looking to ISO and build a pot. Well, very, very good flop for Mr. Liu. 10-8, top pair and a straight draw. And we have Mr. Zhang hit his bottom pair. As we see, both the players check the flop. Well, turn card is a queen, and we're going to see Mr. Liu lead out. Well, the queen should be better for the pre-flop raiser, but so much equity that Mr. Liu has, he has decided to lead out from the turn as the flop was checked. Zhang is going to make that call. The pair of 7. River does not change anything. And it goes check, check. 10-8 is going to win the pot. take down 8,000 chips to add up to his stack.
Yeah, and actually, that field already up to 256 runners. So we are in for a big one here. Pretty wet flop, 975 rainbow. Three players still left here, but very passive play, even on the turn, which is an ace. Well, diamond flush draw gets there. Tan has to bet. Must know he's got the best hand.
Well, definitely some familiar faces on this feature table as we move on to the next hand. Seeing pocket threes being open from +1. Sorry, from UTG, from early position. The last time pocket threes were open, they did flop a set. As we see Ebo coming up from the small blind with 9-7 of clubs. And is going to see a very, very favorable flop for him. 10-9-8. He does flop second pair and has a straight draw. To go with a pair of 9. Well, flop goes check, check. Turn completes a flush. And I believe this would be the end of the hand, as Mr. Lu only has pocket threes, unless he wants to turn his hand into a bluff. There we go. He does fold. A very nice fold there by him, actually. And it is very important, Richard, to to evaluate what flops are good for you and what flops are not good for you, and especially the hand that you're holding. I know that people talk about range versus range, but you should always compare your hand versus their range because that would give you a better idea on how to play your hand in the best way possible.
Absolutely. And it's very, very well said.
King Queen off for Mr. Tan. And right next to him, we have the Num Nums, Pocket 8. As we see Mr. Zhang squeezing with ace 5 of clubs from cut off position. Zhang has been on the aggressive side. We did see him for betting with 10 8 of diamonds as he squeezes this time around with ace 5 of clubs. Pocket eights do continue, and as we go on a flop of 9 3 7, well, not a bad flop for Mr. Lee. He does have a backdoor straight draw to go with his pair of eights, and Mr. Zhang is gonna continue telling a story with ace 5 of clubs. Nice. Well, it's not a too bad of a flop for even ace 5. Does have some backdoors working for him. Let's see if he continues the aggression. Well, he will on this turn card as he hits his top pair with his ace 5. Now, the question arises, how much is he going to bet on this street? He does have all the options with him, and he does elect to check, not being too aggressive, realizing his realizing that he does have a mediocre ace and his opponent can have a stronger ace than him, so he's pot controlling the pot as he checks the turn, and we see the river 10. He's still leaving pocket 8. Fourth pair on this run out, and he has decided to move all in and put Mr. Zhang in tremendous pressure. Well, it is not about him holding pocket 8. Maybe it is realizing that when Zhang checks the turn, he doesn't have a strong ace x, and he does get to attack that and maybe fold a better hand like a 10, or or a few hands like jacks, queens, and kings, which eights are behind. And I can tell you, I can assure you, Mr. Lee is bluffing in this spot with pocket 8. He thinks that Zhang has a hand like pocket kings, pocket queens, pocket jacks, which bets the flop, checks the turn as the turn is an ace, trying to pot control, and now he's converting his hand into a bluff. He does have 6-8 blocker with him holding pocket eights, but I don't think that that has a major say in this hand. It is about my player. My opponent has checked the turn, so it is more likely he has kings, queens, and jacks, and not ace, king, aces, or ace, queen. And I'm gonna make him fold a better hand, just like kings, by going all in on the river. He has gone all in for 2x pot on this very river. The pot was 20,000 and he has moved all in for the 60, but Zhang only has 40 behind. Can he find the call? Can he find a call with just a pair of ace, which is a top pair? Well, if he's right, he's gonna get a double up. If he's wrong, then he's out of the tournament. What do you do with ace 5 when your opponent shoves for 2x pot?
Yeah, interesting spot here, Akshay. But looks like Zhang not loving his hand, so he might just lay it down.
Well, Zhang does decide to fold an ace. And Mr. Lee, really understanding the situation nicely, knowing that he's beat with his pocket eights, well, 95% of the players are going to check that river, and that is what separates you from the rest. Analyzing and evaluating a board run out and break down the hand and break down your opponent's range and then decide what to do. And a really good display of the sizing that was used by Mr. Lee, putting maximum pressure on Zhang. What a play there, Richard.
Absolutely classy play there by Zhang. Well, actually, our good buddy Grant has just dropped us some knowledge. I'd like to share it with all of you at home. You can make of it what you want. Zoot in my mouth, and I'm yawning, trying to stay awake until it's morning. Not sure what that means, but hope it brings you some good run good.
Did he personally send you this message?
Say that again?
Did he personally send you this message? He loves to send audio messages. No? Every time that I've spoken
Yes,
to him, he loves his audio messages.
that's exactly what it was.
Well, as we see Pocket Jacks flopping a set versus Ace King. Ace King looking for that queen on that river. Queen and a queen only is going to help, and we are gonna lose Mr. Fang from this feature table as we see Zhang double up with Pocket Jacks. So what did Grant say to us or to you? Did he say something to me? I didn't get that as I was calling the action.
It's some rap song, some lyric from a rap song, so I didn't really get it. I'll have to double check.
Oh, fair enough. Well, he's traveling to Malaysia today.
Correct.
Look at the field size already touching 274. And I believe there's plenty of time for the late reg to rebuy in this tournament. We are playing till 12 levels today, as we did yesterday. And I believe, Richard, if that's the way, like if you're playing till 12 levels, day two players won't be guaranteed monies. Like they would have to still, knock out some players before they can be in the money. Because it's like we're not playing
Definitely.
till 10% of the field left. We're playing till how many levels of the day?
Yeah, absolutely. Not everybody who makes it into day two will be in the money. I think min cash will start after about, I don't know, 50 to 100 knockouts on day two.
It's a very It is a very important fact, like people trying to make day two, thinking, oh, they'll be in the money or not. Well, if you have a short stack, it doesn't make a lot of sense to make it to day two because you still have to, survive the next 100 people getting knocked out, and it doesn't have to be you. So it really helps if you have a bigger stack going into the day two, as we were discussing it yesterday, having at least like 3 to 4 starting stack, giving you the best chance of getting into the money, making it to that prestigious final table, and eventually become the champion of this event. Well, as we see Mr. Chen with suited connectors, beautiful suited connectors, 7-6 of diamonds. We're gonna multi-way. Are we gonna go multi-way? Yes, we do. We do have small blind calling with Queen Jack off, and Mr. Liu defending his big blind with Jack 8. Flopping a double gutty there, Richard with Jack 8. 7 and a queen working for Mr. Liu.
Yeah, pretty interesting flop for all three players. Quite connected to the flop, and some turns could bring them even more connection. So let's see how Mr. Lee's aggression is met.
Will straight draw for all three players as we go and see a turn, and is gonna give Mr. Lee, a straight, the nut straight. And as we were talking about Mr. Grant, he does appear in our live chat on YouTube, telling us this table is full of whoopers, and by whoopers he means whales. Alrighty, so if you're
Yeah,
looking for some action,
absolutely, actually.
if you're looking for some
Table
action,
full of whoopers.
whoopers. And this is not some, Big Macs and all that stuff. This is about, big whales. So if you're anywhere close to Jeju, right, do not waste any more seconds. Just drive your car, drive your bike, drive your helicopter to this venue and start playing this tournament. As we see Mr. Lu just call with his straight, and they are gonna chop it up. The king high straight.
So what do you call whales, actually?
I call them whales only. Yeah, I call them whales, but I'm pretty sure the other Indians would have a different name for them. Um, can't recall. Um, but I'm sure there's a different name that we call it. We just don't, on their face, we just don't call them, whales. It is definitely not whoopers. It is something else. I can't recall actually.
Well, I think whoopers is a very fitting one, so we'll just stick with that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting one.
Mr. Zoe, ace 10-0, good enough. Open the action from an early position. And now, let's see, Zhang was quite aggressive a couple of hands ago, and it cost him dearly. Decides just to defend this one passively now. We'll be playing out of position, so let's see how he responds now. 7-6 deuce, 2 spades. On this flop, both players do have a spade. %30 C bet from Zoe. Quickly called off by Zhang. Does have 2 overcards and a backdoor flush. But with that 5 of hearts on the turn, those doors do close. Well, interesting spot
Well,
for
Zhang.
Zhang to lead out and donk on that turn. Obviously scary for his opponent, and that time 3K good enough to take it down. $274 runners now, Akshay. Those numbers growing quite rapidly here for the Day1B second flight of this Red Dragon Championship. Yesterday we had over 300 runners. So big numbers here for the RDPT and KPC Festival in Jeju.
And I believe there is still 3 hours of laterage that is left. There are four levels, 40 minutes each. That is going to give us 160 minutes. And then we have two breaks of 15 minutes each. So that is going to give us 30 minutes together. That is almost giving us 190 minutes. So 3 hours of laterage still left, if I can add correctly. That should also answer psych motivation question of how much time left for laterage. 3 hours.
Yeah, Late Ridge closing the end of level 9. That'll be 6:45 local time in Jeju. Right now in Jeju, it is currently 4 p.m. So that means we have 2 hours and 45 minutes left of Late Ridge.
Well, we do see on a bet on a call on a board like 966 with 7-5. Well, I would have loved to see a raise on that flop, as you know, we do have a lot of raises when we go and have a look at the paired board, which especially with the pairs that are better for the big blind compared to the UTG player, and six is being one of them. Well, we are definitely going to see Zhao bluff at it with seven high. And talking about bluffs on the flop with 966, we're gonna bluff here with any straight connection card. So any 7x, any 8x that you may have, and then you wanna have backdoor flush draws as well. So hearts, clubs, and diamonds would work really great if you want to, bluff here. And even a hand like King Five of Diamonds could be a really good bluff because you get fold from King Queen, King Jack, Ace 10. Really powerful hands that you can convert into a bluff on the flop. And these paired boards are like played super aggressive from players who are sitting in the blinds, as it favors their range compared to the UTG range. And you'll be surprised to learn that how much raising is happening on that flop, Richard, on like on 669 versus a UTG player.
Yeah, I can imagine. Of course, UTG, always a tough spot to be playing. You've got to be super tight in that position. However, we have seen quite a couple of splashy opens here in the past, so interesting to see how these guys adjust their ranges accordingly, their calling and three betting ranges. And I think that's a good concept for any of the newer poker players out there that are looking to study ranges and try and understand the best way to go about it. I remember when I started studying ranges a while ago, Grant would always tell me that I would always ask the question, should I call here? Do I call here? And he always used to say, it's because you don't know that you're asking this question. Go back and look at the opening range of the opponent who's betting against you or playing against you, and then you'll have a much better understanding as to what they're opening and what you should then be calling with.
Well, we are gonna see a multi-way pot brewing here. Button and the blinds going to the turn. Mr. Lou still ahead and is trying to take his hand into the showdown by investing very little money or no money. And he's gonna be good with his pair of six. Evo not happy, losing his hand with a strong ace on the button. And these are the chip counts. Mr. Lee with 136 big blinds. And I believe this is the main event trophy, Richard. The Red Dragon Championship trophy. What do you have to say about that?
That is absolutely correct, Akshay. That is the main event trophy in all of its glory. Looking super beautiful. All of the trophies here for all of the events, of course, are fantastic standard, but that one actually definitely stands out above the rest. Well, good board. Ace high, 4-10 to c-bet on. And it's easy when your opponent folds. Then you just take the chips. Nobody really short stacked at the moment. The shortest stack, 48 bigs, so a lot of deep stack poker to come. Always very exciting to watch because they just do have more stacks and more playability.
Well, folds to the button, and he is going to look at 3-4 off. Good enough for him to open on the button. As we see a new player join us on the feature table, and he's going to do something with Queen 7 of clubs. I believe he's decided to 3-bet.
Wow, interesting decision here, Akshay.
Well, he must be watching our stream, and looking at players 3-betting, and sorry, not 3-betting, but opening very very wide from the button, and he's using a suited cards to 3-bet, especially when they are playing deep. As we see, 4 cards come on the flop, and I believe the ace is gonna go back, and something's gonna definitely happen there. Maybe they will deal the flop again, or probably put that ace back in the deck. Very interesting defend with 3-4 off on the button here, Richard, facing a 3-bet.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. Mr. Luo being a little bit sticky.
Maybe trying to play as many pots in position and really trying to tell his opponent that he's not gonna be bullied no matter what his hands are. He's gonna play the player, not his cards. He's gonna play the player.
Great strategy,
And
though, we must say.
it's gonna be interesting. He does have a gut shot now on Ace Jack 5, but this board does prefers the pre-flop raiser. It favors there, but he can actually try to pew on the flop, and maybe if given an opportunity, try to bluff with his holding. I In this situation, he's definitely playing his opponent and not his cards. So any moment that he's going to see Mr. Zhao take the passive route, I believe he's going to go for the aggressive one. And this is the one card that Mr. Zhao can check here. And now the game begins. And there's already 12,000 in the pot.
And that action camera always gives us a great angle at both players simultaneously. Brick, oh brick on the river. But that's what Mr. Zuo thinks. Mr. Luo, on the other hand, does hook something.
And it's going to be interesting to see what Mr. Lu is going to do on the river. I believe he's decided to fold here, facing a pot bet. Difficult to make anything out of that hand, really, Richard. I really thought that he's going to call the river when he makes a pair. As we go on
Yeah,
to
interesting decision.
Yeah. On the secondary table, we are seeing all in a call for our female poker player. Yeah, really not sure what to make of it. Calling 3-4 off on the button, facing a 3-bet, and then checking back the turn and folding on the river. I really thought that he's gonna, you know, choose some sort of aggressive route if he faces anything passive by his opponent, but I was totally wrong.
Yeah, it seems like both of us were deceived there, actually.
Maybe that is why indeed we are sitting in this commentary booth, Richard, and not on the poker table. And maybe that is why Mr. Grant, the fitness Farang, sits on the poker tables because he knows what is happening. He did warn us that this is a table full of whoopers.
Absolutely.
But I have been impressed by all these players so far playing on this feature table. And they are using really big sizing on the river, polarizing their bet, polarizing their range, whether to have it or not. We did see a 2x all in on the river a few hands ago. And then the last hand, we just saw the small blind bet almost spot 90% and make his opponent fold the best hand. So we really have to look for Mr. Lee, who did decide to go for a 2x shove a few hands ago. So he's a player who's not shy of putting his chips in the pot. And we are on the river. Ace I still good and is going to win 5,500.
Yeah, nice pot there for the ace high of Luo. Always good to be taking down pots early on this feature.
Well, we've been getting a lot of images today from the other table as we try to bring you all the live action here from RDPT, Red Dragon Poker Tour. Western opening up. He's definitely going to open 9-7 of hearts on the button. Very openable hand. Playing 50 big blinds.
Queen 7-6, rainbow on this flop. Good board for the pre-flop aggressor on the button. But he does just decide to check back. Picks up his flush draw. Of course, still holding middle pair. So it is time for a delayed seed bet. See how much Liu likes his threes. Seems not enough.
I believe, Richard, what is happening is we are trying to show you, all our viewers, the amazing turnout that we have from our female poker players in this very event, representing the females, the power of girl, playing poker and doing a great job. Last night we saw Miss Chen make it to day two. She was down to her last three big blinds, and I believed she finished the day with around 40,000 chips.
Yeah, Miss Chen putting on a great show and managing to finish on just about a starting stack after running very, very badly throughout the day.
Well, as they famously say in poker, in the world of poker, sometimes a single card can turn the tides.
Absolutely. That's
Mr. Liu looking for a three to turn some tides here as he trails back versus King 9 from Zhang. It is, all about reading the table and making the right call. If your opponent is bluffing or they are value betting, this game is really about, whether your opponent is value betting or bluffing. As we see both these players go on the turn, Zhang hitting top two pair now with his King 9.
主赛是 Day1B 结束手牌，小盲400、800，大盲 ante 800，当前级别400、800，大盲 ante 800。
action camera up. Zhang versus Luo now. Luo has to decide. It's not an easy one.
Well, these are some, high stakes and high tension spots where every decision matters. As we wait for the next hand to be dealt. There we go. Our new player, quite an aggressive player, opens up with ace 8.
Yeah, relatively wide there for Zuo. Day1B. What a name, I must say. Very, very flowy.
A raise and a take it for him. It's 2 out of 2. Play 2 hands, 1 2 hands. Nice and easy. And more importantly, Richard, it is more about, and it is just not about the cards that you hold. It is about the player you face. If you're facing a player who's aggressive, you will need a different strategy. And if you are facing a player who has, some passiveness to him, you will need a different strategy. No one strategy will work for everyone, as we are playing with real human beings and not some bots. And every person has a different tendency and a different strategy to play.
Absolutely correct there, Akshay, and that's what some of the newer poker players do forget is that you can study the spot as much as you like, but if you don't know who your opponent is, big problems for you on the back end.
As we see pocket threes being passed, Mr. Lee is going to open up, and there is some sort of confusion for Mr. Zoe. He does hold ace king in the small blind, and I believe he has decided, by mistake, he has decided to call. He wanted to raise here. I believed he is, well, they are still maybe allowing him to min raise here. So Mr. Lee opening up the action, and Mr. Zoe just min clicking it with ace king off. Both the players almost playing 80 big blinds, as we see blind increase to 400, 800, the 800 big blind ante. I'm missing pocket kings, Richard. It's been a while we haven't seen them, We are seeing a lot of pocket threes here, but pocket kings have been missing on this feature table. Have you jinxed them?
Well, yeah, I think so. I think we've been talking about them too much, Akshay.
As we see Mr. Lee open up with king jack off from +2 position, and Chen is gonna come along with queen jack off in the small blind, dominated and in a really rough shape. As Luo looks at ace deuce off from the big blind, decides to come along, and into the flop we go, multi-way, as we see
Queen
Chen
4-4
take up.
rainbow from Mr. Chen. We'll get the top pair here. He's going to pay passively, and let's see if Lee continues.
Lee will continue, and Chen would have a decision here with his pair of queens. Well, turn card is a 9, giving more outs to Mr. Lee as we see Chen check back his top pair on the turn. As it is not about the hand that you are dealt with, it is about the story you tell. And right now, he's telling a story that he has a strong queen X, some kings, some aces, and a 4 maybe in his holding. The bet was 3,700 and not 4,700. And the river card is Deuce of Spades. Lee holding a very, very key card, King of Spades. Is he going to bluff this river with his King of Spades working as a blocker? Well, a very bold bluff is required on this river card. Can he find it? Well, no, he can't, and he's gonna lose 16,000, 1,600 worth of pot to his opponent. Queen Jack, taking down the pot, increasing his stack. Well, the late
Blinds now
registration is
400 and 800. Carry on.
The late registration is open till 6:45 p.m. Korean time. We can tell you what the time is right now. It is 4:27. So we have about 2 hours and 15 minutes before we close up the late registration. And as Richard was saying, the blinds have increased. We've been playing 400, 800 with a big blind of 800. As we see Zo 3-bet with King Queen off, facing an open from Zhang. Mr. Yibo taking the aggressive route with King Queen off. I like it here. Using both the blockers to bluff in this exact spot. Mr. Yibo is going to range bet this board of 736 as Zhang flops top pair with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. It is all about outsmarting your opponent, outplaying them, and outlasting them.
That is absolutely correct, Akshay. It's all about outplaying your opponent. And right now, Mr. Zhang, let's see how sneaky he can be. House on the river for Zhang. Needs to extract value, 23 in the middle, 48 behind. The only question he's asking himself is, how do I get my whole stack in and my opponent to call?
sitting there with full house, while Yibo is gonna ask himself, what is he facing when he faces a pot-sized bet? This could be a full house or house of cards, right here, Richard.
Full house or house of cards. Big difference. So let's see if Zoe can sniff this out. So those chip counts show you that nobody really short stacked. Only Mr. Tan, 37, is the shortest stack. We still have a lot of gentlemen with big stacks there, over 100 big, some of them. What is the strategy right now, Akshay, if you are one of these gentlemen at the feature table? Are they trying to amass more chips, or are they just on a bit of a cruise?
Well, it really depends, how much my stack is worth right now, and how many big blinds am I sitting on. I really look at how many big blinds I'm sitting on rather than how much stack I have, because it is the big blinds that matter and it is not the stack. Like I could have 500k, but that could mean I have only 5 big blinds. So I'm a more of a guy who thinks in big blinds, and if if I have like a big stack here, I would really, try to put pressure on the medium stack and stay away from the small stacks. And if I'm the short
Well
stack, I
said.
would try to, if I have the small stack here, I would really try to, play my opponents and try to double up, as we are not guaranteed to be in money when we go on to the day two. So my goal here is inspired by your thought process that we discussed last night, is to actually have three or maybe 5 or 6 starting stacks to have a really strong position on day two. And as we are gonna see the chip stacks up, so does the pressure, and it is really important who will rise on the top.
Once again, it is 15 minutes break. Chip breaks, we're removing the hundred on the table.
Richard, I have a very interesting question for you.
Alrighty, let's hear it.
Right. Tell me something that is more powerful than the best hand.
Mm,
Interesting one.
the best position?
It's all, no, it is the. Well, I'll give you one more try. You kind of on the right track, but not the position. But
The
position does have a say in it.
the best spot?
It's very close. I'll let you know. Well, it is actually a well-timed bluff. Can be more powerful
Ah,
than the best
okay.
hand. I mean,
Interesting.
you may have the best hand, but if your opponent chooses the right timing to bluff, then it can actually make you pull the best hand. Well, because I did mention that you don't have the nuts. You have the best hand, but the best hand can still be, not the nuts. A tricky one, a weird one. I'll agree. I'm losing my sense of humor. As we see three people see this king three deuce flop.
Yeah, 309 players. Great numbers. I must say, I'm very impressed with the turnout here for this RDPT festival. Great showing of support. So Lee will raise up the deuces from the button, and Zhang happy to defend the big with the jack 10. Ace King 4, definitely scary flop. The c-bet is called. Now let's see if Lee does decide to fire the next street.
see Mr. Zhu open up the action with ace for off. Questionable open indeed, but maybe he's realizing that everyone on this table is playing a bit on the nittier side and tries to open up a hand using all the blockers. As we see, Mr. Yi will defend his big blind with king six of hearts. And I believe we are gonna see a continuation bet, but we don't, as we see a check check on the flop and facing a probe on the turn. So by probe, I mean when the flop goes check check, and on the turn when the big blind decides to lead, it is called a probe. A probe bet. PROBE. We see pocket deuces being opened from under the gun, but are gonna face some resistance by Mr. Lee holding the pocket queens. Monster hand,
Mamacitas.
also known. Yep, monster hand, also known as Mamacitas, as Richard just described. Well, Mr. Liu, not a folding type of player, decides to call with pocket deuces, hoping to flop a set. Which is not gonna happen on a flop of Jack 10-3 rainbow. Queen still having an overpair. And we might see a smaller bet, something around 3.5k, maybe even 3,000. Queen's very strong on Jack 10-3 board. I believe he's gone for a bit more than. Oh, well, that is exactly what he's gone for. Really like the sizing here by Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee was gonna continue with pocket deuces. Very surprising continuation. As we see the turn card, nine of spades. Well, Leo might keep Lee on a hand like ace king, ace queen. Hence decides to call because deuces are ahead of ace king, ace queen. As we see check check, a sneaky check by Mr. Lee on the turn with his overpair. As we see jack repeat on the river. Well, if Luo thinks that Mr. Lee has ace king in this spot, he can really go both ways, check and decide, or bet himself and try to get that very, very thin value. It is really gonna come to what does Mr. Luo puts Mr. Lee on. As we see Mr. Luo bet out from under the gun. for overpot. In a pot of 19,000, I believe. No, maybe 29. No, 19 it is actually. 18. The pot is 18,000. And Mr. Luo has decided to bet 25,000.
I like the sizing.
Well, the poker face is on, and we just need to find out what is the real story behind those shades.
Okay, ladies, you may go back to your respective seats. We're about to start the tournament again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your respective seats. Start shuffling, leaders.
Did you hear what the TD just said?
Okay, your next money is 1,151 tournament leaders. Shuffle up the move.
Alrighty, so that's what they were saying, is that the blinds have increased. 327 entries into this one so far. Numbers just growing. Well, middling stacks here at this feature table always seem to duel and get involved. That's exactly what we see here. Shen versus Chen. 6-4 deuce board. Very, very connected. Interesting now, that straight coming for Mr. Chen. Just thinking how to extract the value. And it's a 5K bet, so interesting sizing for Shen. Definitely a little bit tantalizing, as they say. A little bit interesting, but he does make a good fold at the end of the day. Ace, Jack, Jack. Mr. Zuo not looking at a flop he wanted to see. It is quite connected, so he may continue if Chen does decide to go for it here. Obviously finding trips. And yeah, the bet will be called by Zuo. A 9-8 now does have a heart on the board, but I think he should just fold. And yep, that's exactly what he does. Heads up to the turn. Wow, what a turn. We'll see Zuo make a straight, but Chen house safe as a house, as they say. Will be licking his lips facing this bet from Zuo. And yeah, at the completion of this hand, we will take a break, but perhaps one of these players will be losing a lot of chips here. And I'm sorry to say, but it could be Zuo. Bricko brick on the river, deuce. Zuo all in, snapped off by Chen. And just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Zuo, eliminated brutally before the break. House versus the straight. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's take a break. See you all in 15 minutes.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid. I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct? No. No. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, One more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I really sleepy.
Sleepy, very
for,
sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer?
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right, thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯气球站主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy,
Yeah.
you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again,
Yes.
to see how much people have changed,
Yeah.
to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course, of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys,
Right,
you know,
right. Those,
around.
mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra tables set up as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age. But poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end. You know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know. And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself. And I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know. And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, you know, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course,
you know,
of course.
so to me, exactly. To me, you know, family time. It's number one. You know, but at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. You know, and it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's, you know, I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. So, we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. Does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, you know, from my daughter. And also, her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, you know, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and, you know, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. You know, I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun,
Yeah.
I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah, that's right. That's the mentality. So, the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog
Yeah.
out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Start to bring your dance.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse schedule. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Sai Kai Tip.
The action is about to heat up as we increase the blinds to 500 and 1000 with a 1000 big blind ante. Get ready because the next hand would be the game changer we've all been waiting for. You are joined with me, your commentator Akshay Kapoor, and right alongside me I have Mr. Richard Cooper, who will be calling the action this very event, Red Dragon Championship, Day 1 Flight B. As we see our baby dragon champion open up with King 9 off.
Absolutely, Akshay. What a day it's been so far, full of action. Everybody come out to play. Nobody wanting to be bustoed.
We too have some new faces for our viewers as we change the feature table after every single break. All right, Richard, I have a tough one for you. How do you pronounce our big blind name? That is going to be a difficult one, I believe.
Chunnuan.
Oh man, it is a tongue twister one more time. As we
Chunnuan
go on to the
Zoo.
turn, we can call her Miss Zoo, right? I believe
Absolutely. Oh, and
she's gonna find. Sorry, keep going.
do you know the player next to her?
I will wait for the camera so that I can see the person sitting next to her. Well, no, unfortunately, no. Richard, do tell us more about him.
Well, Crusher, that's for sure. His name is Leong Juns. Juns Leong. As we know him, 62 big blinds. There he is with the round glasses on.
Alrighty. His second name is a crusher, as per Richard Cooper words, and we are gonna take his word for it. We see the next hand being dealt. Well, it's gonna be a battle of
295k earnings on the Hendon for Mr. Leong. So watch him. He's definitely no stranger to the big money and the feature table.
as we see Mr. Wang open up the action with King 10-0 from +3 position, also known as low jack. Let's talk about Mr. Crusher himself, looking at King 10 of hearts from the big blind. He's going to smooth call and defend his big blind with King 10 of hearts. Right now, he is sharing the best champion.
C-bet will come from Mr. Wang. And now let's see how Mr. Leong decides to proceed.
Bit of pot control by Mr. Wang on the turn with his top pair, as we see a flush getting completed on the river.
Oh, Mr. Leong going for the thin value bet, 5k into 12.8. And now let's see if Mr. Wang, our baby dragon champion, can sniff this one out. He seemed to do pretty well the other night.
I believe there is no point raising this river, so he's just gonna flat call with his pair of king, and they both are going to chop this one. We see the
Nicely
chip
done there
counts.
by Mr. Wang. Alrighty, give it to us, Akshay.
The chip counts. Mr. Ming is the chip leader of this feature table, playing more than 100 big blinds. As we see the field grow to 342 players, we've broken yesterday's record. And we are moving closer to the late registration, but still a bit of time left. I believe we have an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 25 minutes actually. Still ample of time if you're anywhere close to this venue, anywhere close to Jeju. I mean, just hop in and register yourself in our championship event as we try to find our eventually main event champion. Well, Kings making an appearance again on the feature table. We did miss them this time. They took a bit of time to come up. Jing Yang with Pocket Kings. Picking up the action. Hijack. Pocket Kings, also known as the Cowboys. Mizu flopping a straight as we have overpair for Mr. He. This is going to be a trouble flop for Mr. He as he has the overpair while Mizu sitting with a straight with the nuts on this flop. Hold your seatbelts, guys. We are about to see a raise incoming. Well, not entirely on the flop, but maybe on the turn, as we see the turn pairing the board. Bit of a scary card for Pocket Kings as the board pairs up. Jing Yang checks his option in hijack position. As Mizu has a decision here, sitting there with nuts, Jack 10 or a straight, Queen High straight. Getting half pot. Not even half pot, 30%. What do you do here if you have Pocket Kings on a board which is very draw heavy, very connected? Making a very small bet. Well, this is gonna be a delight for Mizu. Sitting with a Queen High straight, facing a check raise on the turn. Really hoping our opponent has an 8 here. Right now, Mizu deciding what to do on this turn card, facing a check raise. She is right in the zone. As we see, a blank on the river. The pot is already 33,000 and Mizu has 41,000 behind. As Mr. Yin Yang go all in with Pocket Kings. Mizu taking a little bit of time. This is no slow roll, guys, as she doesn't have the nuts on this run out. Pocket Queens, Pocket Nines, Pocket Eights, other nuts, but she does have a very strong hand and she is gonna make the call and she's gonna be delighted to see that she has secured a big double up here. Pocket Kings being cracked on our feature table. we are going to see Ms. Zhu move up to 117 big blinds and become the chip leader of this feature table. She rock ups the RDPT patch. And I believe this is one of the t-shirts given to the first 100 players to participate, endorsing a very, very strong brand that is coming in from Korea, Red Dragon Poker Tour. We've broken our record from yesterday's stream as we hit 342 players to play this flight. We see Mr. Yu open up the action with pocket sixes, the devil's hand as very famously known. Sorry, Mr. Yang decided to open up with 5-4 of hearts from low jack. Yu makes the call with pocket sixes, and our aggressive friend Mr. Crusher, pocket nines on the button, also flat calls. See a flop of 10-3-4. Nobody really connecting with this flop. Well, Mr. He is gonna bet out his pair of fours and get pocket nines to fold. Pocket sixes are not going anywhere as he turns two pair, fives and fours. Pocket sixes picking up a straight draw, a deuce and a 7 working for it, as well as a 6. Mr. He is going to continue betting 5,000 on this turn card. He's going to make pocket sixes fold the equity that it possesses as he increases his stack. This is our side event running. I believe this is ladies event, or is it not? I think it is. As we see two tables full of beautiful ladies trying to win beautiful trophy and a lot of money. And it is a great sight to see so many female poker players showing up to play here at RDPT, happening here in Jeju, South Korea, as we wait for our feature table.
Well, Mr. Hay will raise this up with the ace-5 suited in the early position. Less than a starting stack now for him, so time for him to start chipping up. And that does start with an open, so see if he meets any resistance in the blinds. Unfortunately for him, he just raises and takes that one. 117 bigs for Zhu, 111 for Jiang. And the short stack is Mr. Jiao, 17 bigs. He's playing behind. So apart from that short stack, we do have a bunch of medium stacks. A lot of poker to be played. And of course, with those big stacks means a lot more spiciness. And of course, they are giving us a beautiful angle into the side event currently happening, which is the ladies event. Can see we are down to that one table.
I don't think so, Richard. I think there are three tables going on. They just try to show a snippet of one of those three tables.
Ah, great to know. Thanks for that clarity.
As we see,
Interesting. For Jiao, just limping under the gun. She will meet resistance from Mr. Leong with the pocket aces.
well, a tough spot for Mr. Wang, sitting the big blind with Queen 10 of clubs, facing an ISO. Well, you never know what the initial limp is going to do, and that is why it is going to create some sort of confusion for the big blind. As I am pretty confident that Mr. Wee is going to make the call with ace 10 off after he decides to limp from under the gun, playing very short, 15 big blinds. Maybe one of the reasons he chose to limp. Strong hand as much as ace 10 off, but he's in a very, very difficult position as he faces pocket aces of Mr. Leong. Gut shot for Mr. Wee. Has an ace of hearts for some backdoors flush draw. Pot is 8.5. Believe he's gonna bet something around 2.5, 3K. Trying to target a very wide range of the limper, as he's gonna have a lot of King X, Queen X, 5X, and some pocket pairs. The pot is 8,500, and we see a bet of 3,500. Mr. Weak, can he really continue here with a gut shot ace high? Only playing 15 big blinds behind.
I don't believe he can. Mr. Jiao in a tough spot. Wow. Will call. Interesting decision by him.
And I do have some information for you, Richard. So there is a event that we just saw a snippet of, Lady Dragon event, that is taking place right now. Well, there has been total 66 entries in that event, out of which 30 still remain. This is like 16 minutes ago. And they're playing for a top prize of 10 million Korean won for first position, first place.
Very nice.
And Selena Lynn is one of those ladies still remaining in that tournament.
Leong Juns will start things off here. MP. Ace-8 suited, good enough for the open. Ooh, all in. after a flat by Wang in the small blind, Zhao just rips it. His remaining 10 bigs. Jun's gonna make the call. Big question on Wang now, and tight fold, good fold. King Queen O will meet in the center of the felt versus the Ace-8 suited, but Zhao all in and at risk needs to find a king or a queen. Oh, and just like that, unless he finds a king or a queen on the river, which he doesn't, we do say GG to Mr. Zhao. Trip up for Leong. Leong up to 82 bigs now. Big stack for a big player.
Almost 1 hour left for our late registration to get over as we move on to the next hand on the feature table. As we see Mr. Yu open up with 8-7 off. Really not scared of anyone sitting behind. He's going to get some resistance from Mr. He as he looks down at pocket threes from the big blind. And I believe those are some raising chips. There we go. Choosing to raise with pocket threes from the big blind versus a cutoff open. Quite an adventurous option if you ask me. We do have Mr. Lee sitting there with King 10 off and choosing to raise from under the gun +2 position. As we see him being dominated by Mr. Yu as he calls down with Ace 10 off from hijack. Ming here has a very beautiful looking hand, 5-4 of diamonds in the big blind, getting really good odds to make the call. Well, as he outflops his opponent with a pair of 5, taking down the lead. As we see, the action is checked around on the flop. Onto the turn we go, which is not a help for Mr. Shi or Mr. Lee, both sitting with king high and ace highs. As we see, Mr. Wing check down his bottom pair on a very connected run out.
Very connected indeed. So Wang raising this one up Queen 10 suited does find some resistance in the small blind of Jiang with the suited connectors himself. Good hand for a call, good hand for a 3-bet. I like the 3-bet a lot. 7k is the new price of poker if Wang, the baby dragon, does decide to continue. Officially only 1 hour left of late reg in this day 1B of the Red Dragon Championship, so people definitely tightening up. That starting stack only worth 50 bigs now. Still good enough to late reg. Wang with the really nice time 4-bet. Queen 10 sending Jiang's hand into the muck. Just like that, Mr. Wang continues his dominance. Very nicely done.
Well, in the end, it all comes down to reading your opponent, Richard, and looking at them, knowing that if they are bluffing or if they have value.
Absolutely.
As we move on to our next hand, As we again see suited cards being opened from hijack position, 9-8 of spades, as Mizzou defending from the small blind with Jack 10 of diamonds. Well, both players missing the board, but this is a flop that is gonna favor the pre-flop raiser. Well, the cards can be random, but the strategy is all skill. As we look down, Mr. Wang bet out 2200 in a pot of 6600, taking down the pot with his strategy. And these are the chip counts. Mizzou still currently holding the chip lead on the feature table.
$355 entries so far, even more than Flight 1A yesterday. So great numbers here for the RDPT, and people and players keep coming in.
Are you ready to lock in the number of entries so we can place our side bet for today?
The entries, I don't know. That one I don't have an edge on. Not sure if I want to wager.
Well, give me something to work with here, and I'll see if I want to take more than that or less than that. Give me a number, and I will choose if I want to go over that or not. Something that you think we'll easily get,
Okay.
and then we will start some negotiations. Just be careful because you are kind of
Okay.
negotiating with an Indian guy.
Well, actually, a lot of my friends tell me that I look like an Indian guy myself, so I hope that this pays off now in these negotiations.
Well, this is your chance to win a Michelin star dinner, right?
Alrighty, let's see. 1 hour left, 50 big blinds if you late reg now. Still brings you in with a good stack. I think we could at least see another 35 entries. So I'm going to
35 would be
say...
390.
Yeah, I'm going to say 390.
The big dilemma here is that if the field size that we are currently seeing is updated or not, because it can really happen that we've already hit 390 because it's not going to be less than
Exactly.
355 for sure. 1 hour, you have
Definitely
35
not.
minutes. So you're basically saying we will have, or every 2 minutes, we'll have one more entry.
Yes. Well, I'm not
indeed.
locking this one in. I'm not
locking
locking this one in.
So if I have to go, can I choose more than 390 or how does that work? Or do you reckon we're gonna hit more than 390?
I'm not sure, actually. Just let us know what's happening at the feature table right now.
Well, I believe one of the cards have been spotted as marked, and
I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. All right, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name, please?
Nemochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right?
Well, apologies for a little hiccup there as we bring you the coverage from Red Dragon Poker Tour right here from Jeju, South Korea. I believe there was a card that was marked, and that is the reason we had to change the whole deck. His PC button opening up with King 6 off.
Yeah, absolutely. We here at the RDPT and KPC take player security with the utmost of importance. You can be guaranteed we're always on it before you even know.
So we are not locking the final numbers, Richard, today? Is that what is happening?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if you have any hidden information, but you're very keen on this bet.
I don't. I really don't. We are in the same WhatsApp group. How would I get how would I get like this information, the secret information? Like we are part of one WhatsApp group. Well, we've got an interesting situation here. Richard, we see a raise from small blind with Queen Jack suited, putting a lot of pressure on a pre-flop raiser. Standard open by Mr. Long, but can he really continue here with Ace-8 facing a 3-bet? He's going to fold a marginal... Yeah, he's going to fold a marginal ace from the cutoff position. And he's been playing very intelligently right on the feature table, Richard, like not taking any spots. We saw earlier that he calls pocket nines on the button facing an open and a call, whereas, you know, the other players would have gone for a squeeze. So he's playing very, very smartly, trying to see more flops, and then he starts to put more chips in play.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly some of the strategies that we have seen, and some of them are mixed, some of them are more balanced than the rest. But not one strategy only works per player. So they're all chopping and changing. Keep your eyes on the screen.
Well, there is no black and white in poker. It's always gray. Everyone having a different strategy. As we see Jones with pocket tens. Players really losing it up here. Richard opening up Jack 7 suited from under the gun.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very loose open. And I mean, it's not a crazy stack to be playing around with. Just under 30 bigs.
Maybe that is something that he's banking on upon, considering that he has a probably like a shortish stack compared to the others, and he's going to be perceived as strong, maybe allowing himself to open a bit wider. But I do know that jacket suited is one of the hands that gets open from UTG +1 even at 30 big blinds. But Jack 7 is like kind of pushing the boundary as he flops the best on Queen Jack 6. His second pair is good versus Mr. Wang, who is stating with a set off in the big blind. Well, fortune favoring the brave in the last hand. We see Mr. He with Jack 7 winning the pot with his second pair. Keeping his composure after losing pocket kings to Jack 10. And hasn't looked back. As we see Mr. Ming with Ace Jack of clubs. A fine holding from under the gun. As we see Mr. You call with suited ace deuce on the button. One of the hands that actually mixes in position, sometimes 3-betting, sometimes calling. And we are gonna go multi-way to the flop. See a monotone board, 10-5 deuce. The monotone board means that all the three cards are of same suit. We have 4 different suits in poker: spades, diamonds, hearts, and clubs. We do see the best hand on this flop fold, as do Mr. He, Ace Jack, bluffing his opponent and increasing his stack now. Sitting very comfortably with 90 big blinds, 89 to be exact. Well, only 45 minutes remain now before the late registration is closed for this event. We are sitting with 362 entries, moving towards the 400 mark. I was really tempted to take Richard's offer for more than 390. I mean, if he comes back, I might or I might not. Not sure yet. It's a very good number that he's chosen. As we see, Eight's being opened from early position. Well, Mr. Ming does make a full house on the river. And is deciding between to bet or check on this crucial river. The pot is already 10,600. As we wait for the next hand to be dealt.
So what are you thinking about this side bet, Akshay? Feeling confident?
We haven't placed it, right? You're scared
yet.
of me. You're scared of me having some inside information, right? I have some of my friends in Korea, right? Right, giving me the updated numbers.
Well, they can't come to dinner. Just let them know that.
No wonder I won my first side bet yesterday, no? The thing is, like, see, the late registration is open until you get almost 40 big blinds, right? Which is a decent stack size. And a lot of poker players actually don't mind late reaching these tournaments so that, they can play one or two flights and try to, double up their stack and come on and play on day two. That is something that I'm thinking about. Like, if I was here and, I had a plan of firing two bull event, so I'll probably fire one in the very start, and if the luck was not on my side and I do get out before the late registration, then I will fire my second bullet right down at the wire, right down when the late registration is supposed to be over at, so that I at least have 40 big blinds and all I have to do is play two levels for the day. Are we playing two levels, or how many levels are we playing after the late registration? We're playing three levels, which is not too bad.
I think it's a bit more than that, actually.
No, so the late registration. No, so the late registration gets over after level 9, and then we go on a 15 minutes break, and after that we have 3 more levels.
Oh wow, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, 2 hours of play after the late registration gets over.
Yeah, so about 3 hours and the stream will be over.
Yes. I'm gonna take under 392. If you're offering 392, I'll take it under 392.
Under 392?
Yeah. If you offer me that, I will take under 392. I feel like there's going to be 391 players or like 390. So I need like a couple of, safety net.
Let's see. Give me 1 minute.
Take 2 minutes. As we see ace nine fight nines, and nines are going to win the spot. As we see ace nine getting fold on a 7 high board. And these are our chip counts. Mizu still with the lead on this feature table, sitting comfortably with more than 100 big blinds. And guys, please do not
Okay.
forget to like the stream. All right, Richard is back. Go on, Richard. We're ready for you.
Let's take that bet.
All right, 392, below 390. I hope you haven't called up Christine to ask what is the real count, right? That is
Well, I mean,
not fair.
you didn't ask that question before we did the bet, so that's your own fault.
Maybe that's why it took you a minute to make that call, But it's on it, right? You seem like a fair person who won't cheat, so I will trust you.
I'm glad you
More
think that,
importantly,
champ.
I'll trust Christine to not give you that number without telling me. As we see Mr. Wang, our baby dragon champion, open up with Jack 9 of diamonds from hijack position. And Mr. June's gonna call with A7 off, a fine defend in the big blind. As we look down on the flop, which is 963, giving top pair for Mr. Wang. Ace high for Mr. June's. The pot is just shy of 7,000, and we see a very small 30% bet being made by Mr. Wang on this flop. And so June's gonna continue float with ace high. He does have some connectivity with a 9 and a 6 with a 7 that he's holding in his hand. And now we see a flush being completed on the turn. And it is going to go check, check. Wang controlling the pot. As we look upon the river, which is a king. Well, Mr. June's just sitting there with ace high. Can't do much about it, as these cards should be better for the pre-flop raiser and not the caller on the flop. And if you are Mr. Wang with Jack 9, third pair now, what do you do? I mean, do you put your opponent on a 6 and try to go for a very small thin bet? This is laser thin, if you ask me, Richard, going for this smallish bet on the river.
He knows when to do it, though. Hey, he really has a good sense of timing.
No wonder he is our baby dragon champion. He did win a limited edition jacket, 2 trophies, and $95,000.
So a little bit of a looser open from you, ace 5-0 on the +1 position. She will defend. And then finds top pair on this flop, Jack 9-8 rainbow. You started with a bluff. He needs to continue with that story. And that's what he does. C-bet of 1.5. Snapped off by She, understandably.
Well, it is surely about not the hand that you're dealt. It is actually about the story you want to tell your opponent. And hence, we see Ace Jack just completely fold on the turn. Surprising there, Richard. Getting Ace Jack to fold on a turn king.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, he is a great
Really respecting.
storyteller.
Yeah, exactly. Respecting his story and respecting his early position. Jiang, active at this feature so far, continues ace-queen suited and raised up and finding a 3-bet from She in the small blind. Queen-jack suited, a beautiful hand to 3-bet with, Mr. She says. And now the question is on Jiang. Big stack. Many different ways to play this.
That is absolutely correct, Richard. You can actually go for a 4-bet with ace queen off or just flat call and play in position, facing a 3-bet from the small blind. Swimming deep in a tank, deciding the course of the action that he's going to take pre-flop. Let's see if Mr. She can outplay his opponent. Mr. Ming really thinking hard about it. And we are going to see ace queen just fold pre-flop, Richard.
Interesting decision there.
We are definitely tightening up here as we move closer to the late reg.
Interesting flop here. Two hearts. Queen 8-4. Wang and Shi both finding a flush draw. Wang, of course, with the nut flush.
Well, Mr. Ree really hoping that he doesn't hit a flush here, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Picking up some extra outs here. Picking up some of the gut shots. No, he doesn't have a gut shot. My bad. Sorry. Apologies. He does have a pair of 4 though. Right now he's ahead.
Action camera coming in very nicely there, showing both of these players thinking equally as hard. And Shi does have a pair of 4s, as you said, Akshay, but it's not a great holding on this board.
Very exciting play, if you ask me there, Richard, because people do want to see more of the flops, but they are very disciplined on the river. So when they actually realize that this range, this card is actually better for the pre-flop raiser, they take a back seat and they just fold if they're if they have a very marginal holding, just like we saw in our last hand. And yeah, exciting things. We are seeing ace queen being folded pre-flop, then we see deuce 4 being called on the button. So you just can never predict what's going to happen in the next hand. So I won't go anywhere if I was watching the stream, as this is just going to go down to the wire. Who has the courage to take it all down and become the chip leader for just not the feature table but for the whole day? We see Jack 10 being opened. Sevens for Mr. Yu. Oh, try to hit. Alrighty, heads up to the flop. Jack 10 versus sevens. And we do see a board of 5-4-3. A board that is checked by Mr. Yu, having overpair. And what do you do if you have Jack 10? No connection with this board.
Yeah, tough one, but Leon Jun not afraid. We'll see bet.
Well, Mr. Yu is not going anywhere. As we know, he does have pocket sevens and selects to call. And now this card might be a scare card for him. And it is supposed to be good for Mr. Jun's range. Not his entire holding, though. It's going to be important to see if Mr. Jun elects to bet here, which he doesn't. He goes for a check option and wants to realize equity, try to hit that jack or a 10 on the river. And we see 4 come up on the river, completing a flush. Well, there is a straight out there on this run out as well. So you holding that 7 of spades, blocking that straight, blocking that flush. Currently has the best hand. Goes for a very small bet on this river. 2.5K in a pot of 13,000, 20%. I believe John's gonna fold. Leon is gonna fold Jack 10 off, Jack high on the river. So U is gonna increase his stack to 60,000, almost 60,000.
Alrighty, some action brewing here. She, with the ladies, looking at that 3-bet, will be licking his lips. 4-bet incoming with the ladies. He loves to see it. And now the pocket nines with a real decision, Mr. Jiang. He does fold quite quickly as well. Miss Chu now, ace queen O. Does she call it off? Ladies getting through there. So Leon Jun's mystery man hiding his whole cards from us. Oh, there we see ace 10-0 getting raised up from the +1 position. But looks like he will find a fight in Mr. A. Small blind looking down at ace queen. Oh, good enough to play. That's for sure. Take it down, ace queen O. Aggression paying off.
Well, we do see an open of ace king, Richard's favorite hand, from under the gun. Mr. Lee is gonna call with pocket fours. From very next position, we have Devil's Hand, pocket sixes, right in the small blind for Mr. Ming, and he's also gonna join the party as we move to the current chip leader of this feature table, Miss Zhu, with Queen Five of Clubs, a very defendable hand. And four ways to the flop we go, Richard.
Half a family pot, as they say. 4 ways to the flop indeed. Wow, pocket fours, finding bottom set on this board of Jack 9-4. Beautiful holding versus the Ace King. Nicely gotten away there. Still Leon Jun's ducking out of the danger and remaining with 45 big blinds behind.
Well, Mr. Yu going for a 3-bet with Ace-7 of diamonds.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your respective seats.
And we do have a 4-bet here by pocket fours, Richard.
Wow.
Mr. Fung electing to go for 4-bet with pocket fours. Interesting indeed. We do see an increase in the field size, 377 players, Richard. Being closer to your prediction compared to mine.
have another 15 minutes left of late reg.
Okay, start sharply, leaders. Showdown style is 153,000 with 3,000 NT. Terminators, shuffle up the deal. Viewers and players in the 1B for the championship event. We're currently at 800, 1600, mid 1600. Okay, 16, 16.
Well, we do see a button open by Mr. Jones with A7 off, and boom, the guy who just 4-betted with pocket 4 decides to flat call king 6 off and defend his big blind. We do see a mono board, both the players hitting their pairs. Mr. Leong with the second pair and Mr. Fung with the top pair. And we're going to see a very tiny bet by Mr. Leong with his pair of sevens. And if we know anything about Mr. Fung, he does seem like an aggressive player. He literally 4-bet with pocket fours, just a hand before this, as he decides what to do in this exact spot. Going to a very interesting turn. Turn card is a queen. Queen of clubs. We should really slow down a bit of action, as we see Mr. Leong with a pair of 7. We should really try to take this hand to showdown as cheap as possible. Well, as Richard says, bingo bango, we see 2 pairs on the river. A7 for Mr. Leong and Mr. Fung only sitting with king pair on a flush straighty board. And then now the question arises, if Mr. Leong is going to bet this river card, and if yes, by how much?
$5,000 and snapped off. Blinds currently 800 and 1.6k, with the 1.6k ante active on the big blind each round. So that is expensive poker being played 4k in the middle before we VPIP. You can see now slowing down a little bit. Late reg coming to a close, only 8 minutes left. And then we'll get those final updates of the amount of entries.
Well, June's waking up with a suited ace king from hijack, playing beautifully so far.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble perhaps with Mr. Kwong. We have seen him like to get a little bit spicy.
Attention players in all poker events. We would like to remind you that the poker area is smoking-free. So please refrain to smoke in the poker area, in the lane or general areas around poker. You might go to the designated smoking areas. Not complying with this restriction might end up in a penalty, so please let's avoid uncomfortable situations and go to the designated smoking areas.
What it looks like, we only have 6 players. Oh, somebody stepped off. Queen highs for both players, so very passive here. Oh, hey, just checking all the way down. Well, Mr. Leon Jun's been very solid so far. King Queen O good enough for the open, +1. And Mr. Kwong, aggressive man, now looks down at a real hand. Fish hooks.
Well, I just realized, Richard, that I was on a mute and I was speaking for the last 5 minutes. Well, we do have some monster hands brewing on pre-flop, as we see ace queen for Mr. Lee. There's a 3-bet in front of him, which is not gonna scare him as he moves all in for 50,000, which is almost a starting stack. 48,000 he's going all in for. The starting stack was 50,000. And this is a snap call by Mr. Feng. And on to a crucial flop, we are going to go pocket jacks versus ace queen. Ace queen needs to hit to survive this all in.
Absolutely, Mr. U all in and at risk with the ace queen O. 975, no help for you. Oh, such opportunities added to his outs. Can he find it on the river? No, he can't. And just like that, we do say GG to Mr. U. Mr. Kwong, nice chip up there for him, up to 66 bigs now.
Well, 2 minutes to the late reg. I believe I would be favorable to win a side bet. But it's a shame that we couldn't hit 400 players. I really hope that I would have lost this particular side bet, so that we can have more players playing this event. As we move on to the next hand, and this might be some blind on blind battle, as we see Mr. Ming with king 4 off, sitting with a very comfortable stack of 98,000.
Mr. Ming Jiang. Ace-9 suited, good enough for a couple of options. Is facing some early position aggression through the Jack-10 suited of Shi. See how he decides to play this one.
Well, on to a crucial flop. We go, Richard. Jack-10 versus Ace-9. Both the pairs holding a lot of clubs. Well, not a bad flop for Mr. Lee. Having a gut shot, 2 overcards. Some backdoors flush, which he really doesn't want to hit. And we have Ace-9 of clubs right there, sitting on the button, having position on Mr. Lee. It's bet and a call as we go on to the turn, which is a five of diamonds. This should really be good for the caller's range rather than the pre-flop raiser. And it's going to be interesting to see if Mr. Ming is going to take down his hand into showdown or bluff here. We do see him check it down. Now we do have a one-liner straight on the river. Mr. Lee giving up with Jack 10 of clubs. And Mr. Ming asking himself, does he want to bluff or does he want to go for like a very thin value bet? I think this is more of a bluff than value, as he's targeting some pairs, some better ace highs, hands like ace queen, ace jack, which would bet the flop, check the turn, and now try to take it to the showdown. We should be really
Floor being
close to
called.
our.
The table
We-
sounds coming through very clearly.
Well, Mr. Jing Yang is going to
Ace
open up the action with the ace of spades. Sorry. Go on, Richard.
No, carry on. No problem.
Well, we are not far from our next break now, Richard. I hope you're feeling a bit of hungry and those rice of yours are made.
Oh yes,
Down
it's made.
chip
It's
count.
ready.
Even I'm having rice today.
Positive influence.
Rice with, yeah, definitely some rice, some protein. I'm having like a red kidney beans along that rice. So it should be really fun. It is actually one of my favorite things to eat if I'm eating vegetarian things.
Sounds great.
Well, it's like eating like Mexican burrito. Though you have those
Yeah.
red kidney beans in that burrito, but more flavorsome as it's more on the wetter side and not on the drier side. You see Queen 10. Open up the action on the button. Ooh, we do have Mr. Fung with Ace Queen of Hearts. Oh, hold down your seat, guys. We are gonna have a 3-bet by Mr. Fung. Ace Queen of Hearts. There is a fight between two really aggressive players. Young does have position on Mr. Fung. A very callable hand. A trouble flop, Richard, as we see both players hitting their top pair. Queen 7-6. Fung with Ace Queen, top pair, top kicker. As we see Leong in a big trouble, flopping that queen, hitting his top pair. We just see Mr. Fang move all in on the turn 9, and Leong really has a decision to make here. While he is sitting there with his top pair, has a gut shot to a straight. He's not getting the odds to call here, in my opinion. The shove is for 40,000. The pot is also 40,000. And it is a pot jam on the turn. Can Mr. Leong really find a fold here? This is going to be one of the massive folds that is required right at this stage if he wants to survive. And wow, that is a brilliant fold there, Richard. Folding top pair with a gut shot in a 3-bet pot. Amazing. You were not wrong about this guy.
He is really, really good, actually.
I'm telling you, Richard, only 10% of the poker players are going to find that fold on the turn, as it is so connected that your opponent can really have a lot of draws that decides to jam on the turn. So an impressive fold. Mr. Fung really telling a credible story, making his opponent fold top pair and a decent kicker also. Well, it has been a roller coaster of emotions today, Richard, as we move closer to our break as well as late registration getting over. We are going to get you guys some updated numbers as we come from the break. We are playing 800, 1600 with a big blind ante of 1600.
We see some action brewing here. Queen Jack on the button. Small blind ace king. 865 rainbow. Really good flop for the pre-flop aggressor. Does have a lot of sets. And that's exactly what he'll rep. Kwong, 2 overcards, of course. Ace King, great hand here, just to call. Depending on the turn, though, he might have to get away. Pairs the board. So now Ace High could be good, especially Lee with a cheeky check. Ooh, 4 on the river. Please don't be fooled by the king. Actually, I hear you shouting there, but I can't hear what you say.
No, it's all good. I was just saying the same, that do not think that we do have a river. We do have a king on the river, which we don't. We have a 4 of spades on the river, and this could be a game-changing moment. Button deciding to move all in with just queen high here. Can ace king make this call?
I mean, ace good a lot here. Double pairing on the board.
And we could witness a masterclass in poker strategy if we see ace king call it off here on the river with just ace high.
Oh, it's not a double pairing, excuse me.
It is 1 to a straight. Any 7 makes a straight. And it is a very large pot now, Richard. 88,000. Find a call here. Can he break down the hand? Can he break down the range that Mr. Leash is gonna have? That he's actually
Well,
beating.
interesting for Kwong. He does block the flush draw.
He is facing a pot jam on this river. He has to be right 1 in 3 times, I believe. Make it a profitable
correct.
call.
Kwong will be calling off 40k of his stack, 40%. So it's a large portion, and yeah, just taps the table and folds it. And just like that, we see the aggression take the lead there. Very nicely done by Shi. Nicely timed bluff.
What a dramatic turn of events, Richard.
Absolutely madness. It does seem like we will be taking a short break very soon. I don't know when that's coming though. Wow, just in time. His hand nearly got mucked. Interesting decision for the 9-6, just to limp in pre-flop. The 10 deuce also coming in from the small blind, and we've got a 7-5 completing the big, very interesting happenings here. Queen Jack 8. Whoa. Checks through on the flop, and Wang is going to have a stab at it. Now, king on the turn. Good enough just to take this one down. Very passive play all around.
Oh, looks like I'm in trouble, Richard. We've increased the field size to 390. Only 2 away before I lose my side bet, which I am famous, especially with international commentators.
In 9 minutes, we will be on a 15-minute break. During the break, we will race off the 100 value chips. We kindly report for the players
I
that
think maybe
each
those are final numbers, so you might be correct there, actually.
Not sure because I can hear the TD announce that, we are gonna go on a little break after this level finishes, and maybe they will update some numbers, and I won't be surprised if that number, changes to, 30 more players. Because it happened yesterday, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen today as well. And
So
as
let's
we
see.
see a classic cooler happening right in front of our eyes, Mr. Ming opening up the action with Ace King as he faces a 3-bet by Mr. Lee, who's holding pocket kings. And I believe the money is going to go in at any point, as this hand is shaping up to be a classic cooler.
Wow, pocket fours gonna come along.
Sticky, sticky. I mean, what do you do if you are Mr. Ming here, facing a 3-bet and a flat call? I mean, that flat call from the big blind does look very suspicious to me. You are playing 111,000 behind. And that does seem like a 4-bet to me.
33k is the 4-bet snap jam from the kings of She. Now the pocket fours caught with their pants down. Just need to let them go.
Well, let's see how this unfolds, Richard. Crucial decision for Mr. Ming, and he's gonna call it off. Ace King versus Pocket Kings. A crucial flop coming your way, guys. Do not go anywhere. Kings versus Ace King. One of the classic coolers that we have in the game of poker. Pocket Kings at risk. To dodge that ace and an ace only.
Lead flop, safe as you like. For the kings, 3 not changing anything. Jiang needing an ace on the river, does not find it. And just like that, full double up for She. Three bet from the Ace King O. And Zhu just has to fold. Shu looking at defending her big blind. A6-0. Good enough. Facing a open from the button. This is a good hand for a variety of plays.
Mizu taking her time thinking whether to call or 3-bet this hand. I think folding this hand is out of... Oh, we do have an all-in here. I think that was on the plate. Jam for 20 big blinds. Really like it, actually.
Wow, bit of action brewing here. Three bet with the aces, Jiang Ming. Let's see how sticky Hay is feeling. Only has 30 bigs behind. I hope he doesn't choose this moment to bluff jam. Doesn't really have much fold equity, I guess, if he jams, so I think you just have to fold here. No flatting. Of course, if you flat, you're calling off flatting more than half your stack. So, given all those reasons, I think it's muck time for those cards. Wow, he does call it. Alrighty, after this hand we will take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. That means that late bridge is officially closed. Jack 6-3, rainbow, aces good, Hay shoves, snap call, Jiang. Aces all in and at risk. Need to dodge a king or a queen now with that king on the turn. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Nice double up for the aces. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, 15-minute break. We'll be right back.
I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. All right, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name, please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
산도의 소름.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will sleep.
Sleepy, very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯气作战主持人 Nike Chen。
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me,
we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
Mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They were very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile,
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon. So, you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're
always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end, you know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know. And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know. And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So, the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Leaders, if you have 2 or more players at your table, please begin to shuffle. Start preparing your dice. 2.
One more time.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will
Well, welcome back from another break. Down to last 3 levels. I have me, your commentator Akshay Kapoor, right with me. I have Richard Cooper, and we are calling action for Red Dragon Poker Tour right here from Jeju, South Korea. As we see an all-in on a call, Ace 10 versus Ace Jack. Well, it is a 10 high flop. We call it domination rotation. As there is not going to be a jack on the river, and we are going to see our cash game player get some more chips as he joins us on the feature table.
Yeah, some familiar faces here at the feature now.
We do have Mr. Prada joining us in seat 2. It did show up, I believe, yesterday or day before yesterday. We see the player positions for our feature table. A new feature table after the break. And we are waiting for 2 more players to join us on this table.
Wow. All in with the jacks. Gonna meet Luo with the ace king. All in and at risk are the jacks of Lee.
We're looking for an ace or a king on the river.
Absolutely, Akshay. And that's not what comes. And just like that, the jacks, nice double up there, up to 43 bigs for Lee now.
Well, 230 players remain in our Day1B flight. We're watching the championship event. We have 4 flights running for it. We had one that was run yesterday. We had 322 runners, out of which 120-ish players made it to day 2. Today we break that record, and now we have 390 players, out of which only 230 players remain. Your flight tomorrow, I believe we have 2 flights tomorrow, day 1C and day 1D. Let me double check that information for you. Or my co-commentator tries to correct me. Well, we do have 2 flights tomorrow, day 1C and day 1D. 1C, we will have 40-minute line level. And for our flight 1D, we are going to have 30-minute level, which is more of a turbo flight. Both the flights have a starting stack of 50,000. One starting at 12 p.m. Korea time, and the other one starting at 5 p.m.
Yeah, absolutely. So still some time for you to reg at one of those flights, make it into day 2, and then into that money zone, which is going to be oh so juicy and prize pool guaranteed to be something everybody will be talking about. Of course, the winner going home with not only prize money, but also that Red Dragon Championship trophy, along with that winner's jacket, which is everybody's favorite part.
And there are other side events that is being run right at the venue. We have Lady Dragon event that is going on today. Along with that, we do have some short deck, some some pot limit, Omaha high-low. So definitely some mixed games being introduced. Then we have Win the Button in a hyper turbo format that would run today at 9 p.m. And tomorrow, alongside the championship event, we do have a Survivor Bounty event, which is going to be played till we have 20% of the field left. There is fan favorite Flip Out tournament that would take place tomorrow. As we see one of the players actually sitting in the wrong seat on the feature table, being moved by our tournament director. Did you know, Richard, if you sat in the wrong seat, you get penalized?
Yeah, I did know that.
Did you know about that,
What
Richard?
is the amount?
I think you miss one round, one full round.
Oh, wow. So definitely make sure you're always seated at the correct seat. I've never made that mistake myself. Thank goodness.
As we see Jack 7-7 flop, 3 people going on to that flop. And we may see a lead from the small blind, King Queen off, leading from the small blind, trying to represent the 7, coming from our high stake cash player. Pocket Queens is just gonna flat call, try to pot control. As we see Mr. Zoo
Jamin Chu, still as ice. Beat here by the ladies of Zoo. That will continue betting, unfortunately for him, or he will be snapped.
mic testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me, Richard?
Now I can, yeah.
Did you see the field size, Richard?
395.
Fantastic. Now I just see that. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, you can say congratulations to me as I just win myself a Michelin star dinner, courtesy of the very kind Mr. Akshay Kapoor. Yes.
Well, what can we do about it, guys? This
I
is
feel like they set you
this
up.
one thing. This is one thing, that kind of helps us to make these commentators come and actually commentate on a beautiful series like this, so that on top of the commentary, they could win some side bets, which is a guarantee if you do commentary with me, because I am a sucker of losing all the side bets that I take place. I mean, I always take the wrong odds. Especially like yesterday, I took a hand that was trading behind ace king pre-flop. Today, I took a very, very aggressive bet of having less than 392 players. That is definitely gonna bite me in my XX part. Three-way to the flop. Mr. Luo decided to go all in on that flop with his second pair flush draw. And Mr. Zhang, what is he? Oh, Miss Zhang, what is she gonna do with pocket sevens? I feel like we are gonna see a fold by her. And Mr. Zhu is gonna just snap call two pairs versus a flush draw and second pair. Has six outs, six live outs. As we see 9 of clubs, 7 of clubs, and 6 of clubs being folded pre-flop already. 36% of the times he's gonna win this hand. He does have some 9 outs. That is one of it. He's gonna make a straight on the river, secure himself a double up, and we see our high roller, cash game player, cash game crusher, lose a big pot down there.
Yeah, big nod
Feature
to
table.
his stack, Mr. Jamin Chu.
Feature tables are not for him, I guess. We saw him bleed a lot of chips yesterday. The trend continues today. some new players joining us on our feature table. And we see a full table for you guys.
Yeah, nothing more beautiful than a full table here at the RDPT Festival.
Well, probably our first misdeal, the whole series that just took place.
Yeah, some nice
Richard, are you
jacks
familiar
here.
with?
Carry on.
Are you like familiar with the thing that Seed 5 is using? I see that thing being used by a lot of Asian players, especially on poker tables.
I haven't seen
Like
it.
one of the things that it's like one of the things that you inhale. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get a glimpse of it again. He's
Oh, yes,
put
I
it on the
do.
table though.
I
Like
do know
if you
what you're
can,
talking about.
what is it? Can you tell us, or is it legal to
Yeah,
tell us what is it?
it's a herbal inhaler. It's a completely natural ingredients, and they use it when they're feeling a little bit congested or something to that effect. Then they sniff on it, and it opens up your airways. And talking about airways, we got the American Airlines over here for Lee.
Well, the question is, does the airway get any passengers? As we see, the action is folded to the button, and we see Mr. Zhu with King Jack off in the small blind, facing an open. Definitely call this hand. Maybe bluff 3-bet here as well with his stack, as he's playing more than 50 big blinds. Well, danger looming for Mr. Zhu as he picks up a pair of jacks on the flop. Lee still with pocket aces, still overpair on the board. He does have ace of spades as an insurance. Just elects to call. Turn card is a 3 of clubs, not changing anything, but bringing a flush draw, a second flush draw. He does have 78,000 behind, and the pot is already 21. We can really see a big bet coming from Mr. Lee, and Zhu would be in a lot of trouble if Mr. Lee does decide to go for a bigger bet. We can probably see either like 3/4 or like 125%. The pot is 21,000. Mr. Lee has decided to bet 18.5, going for a larger size, putting a lot of pressure, a lot of draws, a lot of pairs, as Mr. Zhu still having top pair, and he's even blocking the spade flush draw. So it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to play his king jack. He has 50 big blinds behind, and he's yet to act. Well, it's these moments, Richard, that define a poker champion. How will these players, handle the pressure? How will these players handle the pressure that they are facing right here by Mr. Lee?
100% correct there. Akshay Zoo now calling with his top pair. Great kicker.
Well, the river is Queen of Spades, completing the front end flush. What is Mr. Lee going to do? He has 60,000 chips behind. The pot is about 58,000. We are witnessing a poker drama. Overpair versus second pair now on the river. And Zoo is going to be feeling the heat right now as Mr. Lee decides to bet this river for 30,000. So the action went raise, defend from the small blind. Mr. Lee continued with a C bet. Zoo just decided to call with his top pair. Turn went check, bet, call, and the river, which completes the flush. Zoo decided to check and take his hand to a showdown. But Mr. Lee had some other thoughts as he decides to bet and go for half pot sizing. Well, Richard, we do see a massive, massive fold on that river. Maybe they're talking about and sharing the hands that they had, their thought process as we look down at the updated chip counts. And I believe 395 is our final number, the total number of entries that played this tournament or in today's flight.
That's correct. But of course, the most important part is that you are incorrect and that I was the winner.
Well, Richard. It is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We still have a few more days of the live coverage. So I might get back.
You might. Oh, interesting one here.
Queen
Queen
Jack
Jack
10.
10. Yeah, Zhu does have the open and straight draw. But Chu Ming Chu will carry on the aggression.
Well, Zoo showcasing
Wow.
us the masterclass that, like, he literally showed us the masterclass. I mean, it really doesn't matter what cards you're holding. It really depends on the range that you're representing, the storyline that you're telling your opponent, and really taking advantage of the nuts and the range equity that you have on a flop like that. Well, we do have a couple of ladies making their appearance. Zach opens up the action. Go with the inferior pocket pair, pocket sevens. Playing only 25 big blinds. Decides to call. This is a danger spot for Mr. Zhu, sitting there with 71,000 chips. He just avoided a cooler and folded King Jack versus aces, and now he looks down at a couple of tens, facing an open and a call. Playing 35 big blinds. A squeeze maybe incoming. It really depends on what sizing he's going to go for. Maybe he can go for all of it, which I really hope he doesn't for its own sake. But indeed goes for a squeeze. This seems like a value squeeze to me, 18,000, and I don't think he's going to fold once Mr. Zhang moves all in with pocket queens. And it's
Yeah, very
definitely
tough to
part
fold.
of the value range. Well, a quick jam by Mr. Zhang with his pocket queens.
Well,
Flop
just like you
is
predicted,
about to be
Akshay,
revealed.
tens do meet the queens in the center of the field. 9, 5, deuce, no helps to the tens. 2 outs on the river. Can he find it? No, he can't. The lady on the river. Nice double up for Zhang.
Well, do you think, Richard, you could pick something from the timing that, Mr. Zhang decided to jam with. Like he didn't even think about it and just went for all in.
I mean, it just depends, because some players use that opportunity or that tell as a bluff, and some will actually just use it as a fake bluff. So you have to know your opponent in that case.
That is very true, my friend. As Mr. Zhang collects his new acquired chips, trying to make a castle. Some really big stacks on this feature table, Richard. And as we see an interesting open by your friend.
Jack deuce suited. I told you it is a spicy one.
Luck does favor the bold, as we see he takes down another pot and setting up a really good image for himself, especially in front of us, as we can see his cards, that he is not going to be sitting there idly. He's just going to be trying to take as many chips as possible and grow his stack even bigger.
Well, exactly, Akshay, and that's what makes him a great player, because you never know what he has in those whole cards. Could be nutted, could be nothing. So it always adds a good layer of mystique.
Miss Lily Zhang opening up the action with Queen 10 off, as we see suited church, ace king of clubs, sitting in the small blind, running hot. Really, first he had aces, now he has a suited ace king, one of the top 3% of the hands. Choosing to go for a 3-bet, 14,000, just over 3x. And a very disciplined fold by Miss Lily. And well, this is the VPIP of all the players, and I am pretty confident that is gonna go more than 45% of our famous high stake crusher player sitting in seat number 2, as he's gonna be looking to play many more pots with a different variety of hands. Well, Pocket Kings coming to grace us with their presence from the small blind as we see a big 3-bet.
And be honest, Akshay, were you missing them?
A little bit, you know. They're like my ex-girlfriend. Keep showing up.
That's brilliant.
As we see our friend Mr. Grant land in Kuala Lumpur. Just saw one of his Instagram stories.
Yeah, GG to him. I mean, GL to him, not GG.
Oh my god. Definitely send him a audio message and wishing him GG, you know. As we see our +1 player move all in with ace-10 off. 12 bigs. As Mr. Sun asked for a count with his pocket nines. Crucial decision for Mr. Sun whether to just flat call this or go all in. He's playing 40 big blinds himself, and I would love for him to just call. That is indeed what we see him do.
Correct decision, one would say.
Backs we go. We have ace-10 versus pocket nines. Classic flip. Ace-10 at risk and needs to hit one of his cards to survive. Otherwise, he will be eliminated from this feature table. He will be eliminated from this very event. Crucial flop coming your way. Well, 5-4-4 is no help for our friend. Turn queen and river queen, and we are gonna lose Mr. Zoo from the feature table. As we see the updated chip count, Zoo currently leading the pack with 161,000 chips, 80 big blinds, as he collects his herbal inhaler. Well, Richard, do you drink any caffeine to keep going, or how do you keep yourself energetic?
Yeah, definitely. Massive fan of the caffeine, I must say. Love my coffee. What about you, Akshay?
Probably more of a tea person, but I do believe tea might have caffeine in it, right? But I do enjoy my coffees as well. So like, it's like 50-50 for me. It's like a classic flip, El Clasico, whether I'm gonna have my tea or my coffee. Like Ace King versus Queens. What do I feel like having today?
Good analogy, for sure.
We see Miss Lily open up the action with Queen Jack off. She's been playing very disciplined poker so far on our feature table. As we see, take it down without any fight from the blinds.
So actually, yesterday during the last level of play, we saw the TD announce and do a draw of how many hands there would be, and how long after or into that last level do they do this usually?
Normally, when there are like 15 minutes left to the day, that is when they do it. Like it really depends. 15 to 20 minutes before before the last level is supposed to finish.
Okay.
And that was the first time I saw them, picking 6 cards, because it's normally like 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, really?
Kind of, yeah. And I've been playing poker for some time, so never seeing 6 cards, 6 hands to be played before they call it a day. Probably they did it like maybe 30 minutes before when there were 30 minutes left in the day, and normally it takes 5 minutes to a hand to finish when you are playing live. Like it should be 5 to 7 minutes per hand. I mean, it really depends on how fast how fast your table is playing, and if you have a good dealer or not. Like, but you should be easily be able to see 12 hands in one level, 10 to 12.
Nice.
But this is about 60-minute blind level. So if we are playing 40 minutes, so you should be able to play at least 8 hands if your table is quick enough. Ace King suited. Miss Lily Zhang. I'm seeing a lot of pocket threes today on the feature table.
Yeah, absolutely. They have come quite furiously.
Well, A6 is one of the hands, that gets fold when you see an open from the early position and a call on a very next position, because it really does bad against those ranges. But we do see Mr. Sun make that call after tanking for a bit. Maybe he was deciding between call and fold there. As we see an interesting flop here, Richard. Flush draw for Miss Lily. Pocket threes for Mr. Lee, and A6. A gut shot for our big blind player.
Yeah, definitely quite interesting. See what she decides to do.
She does decide to bet 7.5K. Almost half pot. Probably more than half pot, actually. How much do we have? No, less. The pot is 18,000. She's betting 7.5. Probably 40%.
Roughly that much.
Roughly that much. She is going to take down the pot. Nice and easy for her. clearly we do have Mr. Zoo as our most aggressive player on this feature table. Not on this table. Maybe gone on a break or something. Here we go. There he comes. Here we go. Mr. Lou with King 5 of Hearts. 20, less than 20 big blind.
Decides to go for it. Interesting, for sure. Good stack sizes here for these players. They've been working hard to build them, and you can see it paying off. Yesterday we saw a lot more of a shorter stack field around about this time of the day. Yeah, and exactly what she was hoping for, just for Lee to take a stab. That's exactly what has happened. And now Chi Zhang can decide how much he likes his hand. And yeah, it just goes for the flat. And we'll see the good news that he is good. Moving up to 50 BBs now, so good position for Chi Zhang. $174 entries remain. We still do have about an hour left of leverage, so that could change very drastically.
Well, are you ready for our second side bet?
That depends. That really does depend.
Well, how many people are gonna go on to the day two with from this flight? Do you want me to set the unders or above, or do you want to do the honors and then I'll see if I want to take under or over that?
I mean, I don't even know if I want that bet to begin with.
Why? Why not? Are you just happy with one Michelin star dinner? I mean, 2 is better than one, and one is normally
This is very,
one is normally for bad luck.
this is very true on the one hand, but my parents did teach me not to be greedy.
Well, greedy is 5 or 6.
Okay, let's hear your odds, and then we can decide from there.
All right, so I am deciding between how many, and then you will take below or above. Okay. How
Well, I
much
will
longer
see
do
if
we
I
have?
want to take.
Okay, we'll give you that. What blind levels are we on? I believe 15, 25, maybe 1,000, 2,000 still.
1.5, 2.5.
I think this level just started, so we have 80 minutes of play. 80 minutes of play, and there should be 50 lose. Maybe 40. These stacks are very, very big on the feature table, so I'm guessing there's going to be smaller stacks on the other table. I'm gonna guess in the last 2 levels we're gonna lose at least 30 players. So 143. 43, yeah. That is my number.
I don't know.
Or you can give me you can give me a better number, and then I'll decide if I want to take lower than that or not. As we see an interesting hand brewing here, Richard. 9-4 off. Looking at the stack that Mr. Lee has on the button. And I'll not be surprised if Mr. Zhu, wants to 3-bet here. Even with a hand like 9-4 off. I'm not saying it's in the books, but I'm saying that he's capable of doing that.
He definitely is.
Does decide to fold. Doesn't look happy about it though. If you take that number, I can decide between taking over. If you like 143, 133, right? I said, how much? How many did I say?
I think you said 143.
Yeah, 140. Like if you like that number, I'm happy to take over 143. Am I double bluffing you? That is something that you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if I like these odds, to be honest.
What odds do you like? How many people do you think are gonna make it to day 2? If we don't place a bet.
I I really don't know. Because number one, the field counts are very delayed. And so therefore we don't know how many we're losing right now, which is kind of critical information.
Well, we can wait till the last level for the day. There we go. They're playing with the field size. They just literally did
You
one.
see? So, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, very interesting flop here. We see a straight versus top pair, top kicker, blind on blind. This can really escalate quickly here, Richard. Ace 9 in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace 9 doesn't know the sort of trouble he's in. And interesting to note that the 10-6 is also very short stacked.
What happened on the flop? Check, bet, call.
Yep. Oh, all in and snapped by the short stack.
Well, I am telling you, Richard, feature tables are not for our friend Mr. Zoo, as we see him lose a big pot one more time. He is the most aggressive table on our feature table, but it is just not working for him.
Yeah, really not going his way tonight, it seems.
Well, guys, if you're enjoying this stream, the live commentary, the coverage that we bring you for Red Dragon Poker Tour right from Jeju, South Korea, please do not forget to like our stream on YouTube. And please, please, please do not forget to subscribe our YouTube channel so that we can continue to bring you amazing coverage from all parts of the world as we try to grow this brand, as we try to grow poker all over Asia, all over world.
Yeah, and very well said there, actually. You know, it's always about the growth. And I think the growth is always important in any sport, and especially poker. You know, during COVID, we had a big boom, and it seems it hasn't even slowed down at all. Maybe even just accelerated at this stage. Yeah, unfortunately for our player, Jaemin Chu, another pot just not going his way. Not having a great day at the feature, that's for sure. Well, blind v blind action here. Mr. Goo limping in with the King 10 suited, excuse me. And TNK not having any of it. We'll raise things up, and of course Goo very happy to oblige. Playing a very nice hand post flop. Jack 9-7. Pretty connected for Mr. Goo. However, K does find bottom pair. Yeah, very, very interesting line for Mr. K. Not slowing down here. Maximum pressure on that King 10. Obviously an open-ender. But still a lot to think about and nicely folded by Mr. Goo. K, good aggression. Wow. Paying off for sure in a big way. Mr. Lee has kicked things off here with the King Queen O, raising it up to 2 big blinds. Chi Zhang with the question right now, whether or not, and he decides to fold, which is very interesting, and now a man that will definitely not be folding this. Jae-Ming Chu looks down at the Ace Queen O. Good enough for a variety of plays here. Free bet 18k is the amount, and we might see some fireworks here, folks. Woo! Looking down at the exact same hand. Wow, Mr. Wu folding down the exact hand that Jae-Min Chu decided to 3-bet with, so interesting there. Seven, 6, 4, 2 hearts, no player with a heart. So it'll be interesting now who's able to take the aggression here and steal this one away. Both holding 2 overcards, of course. And we get through to the river with no additional bets placed. Interesting here, Jae-Min Chu, maybe just happy with his showdown ace high. 40k is the river
Mr.
bet,
Z.
so almost pot. Sorry, Akshay. Let's see if Mr. Zoo can sniff this out, but body language says no.
Well, a really aggressive
luck.
play by Mr. Lee. Good bluff here. Great bluff indeed. As we look at the chip counts on this feature table, taking down the chip lead, Mr. Lee, with that amazing bluff on the river. And it is not easy to bluff one of the best players that we have on the feature table, Richard.
Definitely not.
There we go, right at it, opening pocket threes from +2 position. Hoping to steal the blinds. You do have jacket of diamonds in the small blind. And what do you do facing an open by an aggressive player? Decides to fold this one. Ooh, we have pocket fives for Miss Lily Zhang. Just try to see a flop. So this is pocket fives versus pocket threes. As we see jack high board, both the players are not going to be loving that flop.
So Guangbiao Wu should open this A7 suited MP.
Oh, Mr. Lee does flop a gut shot for his straight. We see Mr. Wu really flopping well on this flop. A7, flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and the pre-flop lead. And that is gonna make him do a continuation bet of 7.5k in a 14,000 pot. Going for half pot sizing.
Yeah, I think it's quite a draw heavy board, so I think you got to size up a little bit there. Straight draws, flush draws,
Yeah,
top pairs.
Very strong understanding of the flop here by Mr. Wu. And as you clearly said, this flop is very draw heavy and you really want to bet either big or, check. And with this hand, he's really going for a half pot size. as he has the flush draw in this spot, and now a straight draw as well. Well, a straight draw for both of them now.
Open-ended straight draw. Yeah, open-ended for both of them.
Deuce of Diamonds is going to be the most fun card for you and me. As we see Mr. Wu take a turn barrel, hitting 17,000 in a pot of 29,000. And we are going to see a fold. Mr. Wu taking down the pot with just ace high.
Aces make an appearance now for Jaming Chu. Hasn't been running too good, so let's see if his aces can hold here. He does find some resistance here. Miss Lee looking down. 9, small blind, just going for the flat. Ji Zhang should just get out the way here. Ace does make an appearance on this flop, so he does flop top set. Mr. Ju, bet call, pocket nines, way behind here. Jaming Chu looking down at the king 9 suited in the small blind, facing an open from Gu early position. He's just gonna flat. Queen 5-3, not the flop he was looking for.
Well, we do have pocket jacks for Mr. Gu. Queen high board. Our cash game crusher. Continuing the aggression by betting 15,000. Almost half pot. Putting maximum pressure on a hand like pocket jacks, pocket tens. Well, if you don't have a queen here, you are gonna be in a tremendous pressure. As we see a turn, which is a 6 of diamonds. Nothing for Mr. Zhu. Just king high. Does he have another barrel in him? They went check on the river, I believe, Richard, and Jacks won that hand.
Yes. Absolutely, that's exactly what happened. Ace 10.
Well, we are
under
on
the gun for Mr. Gu. Sorry about that. Actually, what were you saying?
I'm saying we are on our last level for the day.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
We are going to be playing for almost 25 minutes, and then they will draw like a random card, which will tell us how many hands we have left for the day 1B.
Well, we see the pocket jacks make an appearance again. Let's see how they decide to play this spot, excuse me. Gu obviously raising up from under the gun with the ace 10 suited. All options on the table.
How many people do you think are going to make into day 2 now? 151 remain. This seems like an updated number.
I actually have zero feel. Generally, you have a feel for a bet, and I must say I have.
We will not make a bet, but you can still tell me. Like what does your gut tell you to?
I don't have an opinion on this one, to be honest. I can't form any mathematics behind it.
Well,
it's too unpredictable for me.
Yeah, it is, especially with the numbers that we get after like every 10 minutes there is a change in this number. I feel like we're gonna lose like 5 players, so 146 is something that we're looking for to make it into day two. As we see Ace 10 face a 3-bet pocket jacks.
Yeah, I don't
Player
know why
position
I'm having
B.
such a hard time trying to speculate on the amount of players going through, but I just can't compute.
You're too attached to all of these players. You don't want any one of
That's
them
it.
to actually get eliminated at the very last level of the day.
Exactly it.
We'll talk about pocket jacks making an appearance. It's a hat trick of pocket jacks in the last 3 hands. Did we see pocket jacks? I am sure I saw pocket jacks, maybe a glitch from the matrix. Zoo really taking a beating on this feature table, losing quite few pots from his opponent, getting bluffed in one of them. 8-5 off for Mr. Gu, sitting in the big blind. Still have more than 20 big blinds here. Well, we do have an
Monotone flop.
interesting flop here. Monotone flop. Flush draw for Mr. Lee, 2 pair for Mr. Gu. I feel like there are going to be fireworks if Mr. Lee decides to bet this flop. There we go. We see a tiny bet by Mr. Lee. I believe Mr. Gu wants to raise here and protect his hand, as a lot of turn card can kill his action and can change the dynamic of this board. Well, as we see turn card, which is a king, doesn't change much. Check, check. River is a 4. Mr. Gu still with 2 pairs, still good. Like to lead on this river, making it very easy for Mr. Lee to fold his queen jack off. This is something that I see with a lot of players, Richard, that most of the times they actually lead on the river and stop their opponent to bluff in situations where they're supposed to bluff. And maybe that is why we see a lot less of check raising in these type of fields. Whereas if you go into the high stake, the super high stakes, we see a lot of check raising happening on the river, because they are very, very balanced when it comes to their river range. It is kind of tricky to have your check raises on the river as bluffs and value.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you there.
Because the thing is, right, so when we
yeah, carry on.
I mean, like, when the action goes check on the turn, so you know that your opponent doesn't have a flush, like in most of the scenarios. And then, you really want him to bluff a hand, let's say even a king high or like a queen high, that checks the turn and wants to realize its equity. And then you can probably try to win, more chips. But if you lead out and when your opponent doesn't have a very strong hand, he's not going to be bluff catching you that frequently, and you're not going to be winning as many chips as you should. As your friend, Mr. Key, asking us, why check the turn when you have a potential flush draw like that? Well, playing in position has its merits, and one of them is actually realizing its equity. And that is the biggest asset of the player who is playing in position.
Yeah, well said.
So basically what you will have is you will have your gut shots and your double gutties betting that turn, but when you have like flush draws and all, you can check some of them and you can bet some of them. If you have one overcard to the board, you can sometimes bet, sometimes check. Whereas you will see your gutties will always be betting the turns, not on a monotone board, but I'm talking about in general boards, the general runouts that we have.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting board here for both players, of course. Chizang, nut flush draw. Mr. K does have bottom pair. Might be a little bit sticky for him, just knowing that Chizang can get out of line. Ooh. Interesting. What do you make of that fold? Queen Jack O under the gun. Interesting. I probably would have played it there. Probably would have opened stack of about 40 bigs. Definitely can afford it. Jaming Chu now, getting a little bit out of line. 970 from MP. A little bit wide, in my opinion. Big blind, Mr. Yan will defend the King 8 suited. Jack 8-4 on the flop. Does find middle pair. That checks through. Deuce on the turn, double flush draw on the board now. Passive play all the way to the river. Check mark does go to Mr. Yan, and they'll show it down. Good. So you can see, now that we are approaching the end of the day, more conservative play coming out, people just wanting to make it through to day 2. Of course, they aren't automatically in the money, but at least they haven't then played the entire day for nothing. The only person willing to play is Jaeming Chu, 9-5 suited now. Raising it up, and wow, the hijack folds an ace-6 suited. Very, very tight folds we're seeing at the moment. Quite surprising.
Attention viewers, in the main event Day1B, complete the hand that you're on and deal 3 more hands. 3 more hands for the end of Day1B. 3 more hands.
3 more hands until the end of this day is the announcement from the tournament director. So that means after this current hand finishes, we count down 3 hands, and then we bag and tag, and all of these lucky ladies and gentlemen have then made day 2 of this Red Dragon Championship.
At the end of these 3 hands, we will be raising up the 500 value chips. Raise up of the 500 value chips.
Alrighty, hand number 1 of 3. Let's see, some fireworks and straight into it. The most aggressive player at the table gets dealt the pocket 10s. Jaeming Chu will raise this up. And we are definitely going to see some fireworks if I know these two players at all. 3-bet incoming from the ladies of Mr. K. Chi Zhang, bit of a question, but should just fold. Yep, Jamin Chu. Jamin Chu with a flat. Interesting. We'll go set mining. Ace, ace, jack. Definitely not the flop he was looking for. 2 diamonds. So could keep both play interested. Mr. K now. Does he bet on an ace, ace, jack board? No, he doesn't. Decides to go passive. Jamin Chu playing the board. So brutal. Still gonna bet at it though. Won't slow him down. Raised by K is called. Do not going anywhere. 4 on the river.
At the end of the 3 ends, who will raise up the 500,000 chase.
Alrighty. Unfortunately for Jamin Chu, losing a little bit there of his stack. This is hand number 2 of 3.
We do see Miss Lily open up the action with ace jack of clubs, getting a hand she's doing really well up against. Ace 10 all the button, all on the button. Zhang with queen 9 off in the small blind, deep in the tank, trying to fold, maybe tank a little bit so he can make into day 2. do see a bet and a call turn 4.
Well, ace jack good for Miss Lily Zhang. And with
Well, that definitely brought a little smile on her face.
Absolutely. She's been kind of poker face all day at the feature, and now she smiles a little bit as she rakes in that pot. And that does mean it is time for the last hand of the day.
Well, we do have the 10-9 of spades, one of my favorite hands. One of my favorite, not favorite.
Yeah, yours are the hearts, right?
You do have a very sharp memory, Richard.
Zhongxian Li, 7-8 suited, will raise up the cutoff for one last hand. And Jaeming Chu, all in, Queen 6-0. Wow. Interesting shove on the last hand of the day.
Is this the last hand of the day?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Very interesting indeed then. I mean, either he wants to have a starting stack or, try his luck again tomorrow as we have 2 more flights.
I think that's probably just what he's thinking. And Mr. Lee asking for a count.
You make this call here with 7-8 of clubs?
No.
Like ever? He has shown one of his cards.
What?
Which is a queen. This is something strange here, Richard.
Wow.
Well, you definitely know you're behind a queen high when you have 8-7 of clubs, and he's decided to make the call and gamble. He says, as we go to a final showdown, Queen 6 versus 7-8.
Well, Queen 6 all in and at risk. Jaeming Chu needs to. Oh my goodness, finds a queen, but Mr. Lee, flush draw, check mark, flush, check mark. And that's the hand. GG to Mr. Jaeming Chu on the last hand of the day. Yeah, for the Red Dragon Championship Day 1B. Wow, Akshay.
It was really not Mr. Zoo's day as we see him eliminated from this table, from this event. And I am 200% sure that we are going to see him tomorrow in our flight 1C or 1D.
Absolutely.
We
I
will be
believe the
bringing
same.
you action. Sorry, go on, Richard. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely, Akshay. I do believe we will be seeing him again tomorrow. Just like that, we leave you on a high note. Can you believe it? Queen 6 versus the suited connectors. And then it's GG, Mr. Jew on the last hand. Day 1B of the Red Dragon Championship has now officially come to a close. These gentlemen will get a count and they will bag and tag their stacks. They've all made it through to Day 2 of the championship. It's been a pleasure calling this alongside my very, very slick co-commentator, Mr. Akshay Kapoor. Akshay, thank you very much. Anything to say to the ladies and gentlemen?
Good evening, everyone. I shall see
A
you
bit of a
tomorrow.
delayed response there by Akshay. Delayed C-bet, you will call it, but thank you. Thank you for making that C-bet, Akshay. And thank you very much for a great day, folks. And we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Goodbye. Peace out. See ya.
Okay.